Hello, good morning everyone who's stopping in for some more LPL action. My name's Nymaera and we've taken a couple of days break. We're back today, so ain't that cool, ain't that nice, ain't that wonderful. Let's get down to business and defeat, I'm not sure, but someone's gonna get defeated. Shun versus Tien. Wow, are you kidding me? Shun has that high a win rate over Tien. That's insane to me. Well, I guess Tien was on a pretty bad team in 23. As in, like, they weren't really doing what they what we thought they would as a team. That is so surprising to me. What are my predictions today? Well, JDG just kicked their coach. But Weibo are not looking great either. This is a huge thing, by the way, that they have actually, JDG just kicked CV match, well, I say that, like, he's leaving for personal, well, for health reasons apparently, but you know, hard to tell what that's about all the time. So that throws some wrenches into the plans. Sorry, I gotta turn down this a little bit, because otherwise it'll be hard to hear me. But yeah, that is, it's so strange to me, honestly. Hey everyone, thanks everyone for stopping in. I should probably ping some people on my Discord and stuff too. Hello, I'm also here. I do have coffee brewing in the background, so I do need to go get that. But yes, Sam and I took a couple of breaks to spend some time with family. And Angie's over here as well. So I've been, you know, spending some time with my dad and with Angie and Sam and stuff the last couple of days, and it's been wonderful. And we've, you know, we had some very nice food yesterday. But yeah, so today.
好的，在前赛环节，我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的辅助选手 Missing，Missing 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 的辅助 Missing。
欢迎 Missing。那么首先第一个问题啊，前2场都是棋差一招没能拿下，非常的可惜。那么随着组内赛的强度逐步升高，大家现在的竞技状态调整的如何呢？
我觉得前2场虽然是失利吧，但是我觉得是很有意义的失利。我觉得我们也进步了很多吧。
好的，那也是稳扎稳打，放松心态，还是能够越打越好的。那么上一个赛段和 WBG 的对抗就是非常的焦灼啊，BO5鏖战到最后一刻才取胜的。那这一次是第2个赛段首次碰撞，会专注在哪个方面呢？
我觉得对阵 WBG 的话，我觉得他们队员也是实力非常好的。然后我觉得最重要的是我们中野辅节奏上面的碰撞吧。
也期待你们今天的赛场表现。谢谢 Missing。Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是 WBG Type 的辅助选手阿哈，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG Type 的辅助选手阿哈。
欢迎二哈。那么上一次啊，是你第一次登上 LPL 的舞台，并助力队伍赢下了比赛。那你觉得上一场比赛你发挥的如何呢？发挥出了平时训练的几成呢？
我对自己上一场的发挥并不是很满意吧，感觉没有发挥到很完美的那种水平。
还是非常谦虚的。我们看到决胜局你的露露发挥的也是非常出色。那现在 25.08 版本，相信也会有更大的舞台，期待你接下来的表现。那上一个胜场中，你们是展现了比较清晰的运营思路，而京东呢，恰巧是一支非常擅长运营的队伍，所以对本场比赛有怎样的期待和信心呢？
我觉得我们做好自己的那一部分的话，还是很有信心赢下比赛的。
那也期待你们赛场的表现，加油二哈，谢谢。
Okay, right. I don't know if anyone picked up anything from those, but yes. So JDG Weibo, obviously kind of important in the context of, you know, Weibo really needing to pick up some form again. You know, this team has really struggled. They've changed out their support. They, you know, wait, did they end up? Hang on, what was their? Let me go check out their match history actually. I should have brought out Leaguepedia for this, but yeah, hey Mecha, hey everyone, and yeah, obviously Sam and I took the last couple of days off, so apologies for missing a couple of games there, but also the break was really nice too. Hopefully come back reinvigorated and stuff. Yeah, CVMX is gone, and Weibo have changed their support, so neither of these teams are on peak form. Let's have a look at Weibo. They beat NIP, yeah, they beat NIP 2-1, and that was a close series too. But before that, they were on it. They lost Anyone's Legend 2-0. They lost to FPX. That was the big one. Beat TT. Lost to Top Esports in a 3-game series. Okay, so yeah, not the best result. JDG lost to IG, of course, and that was the insane series. And then they also lost to FPX. So yeah, it was good Vasu, and yeah, Angie's here, so I was spending time with Angie, and my dad was over as well. So we went up some really nice food yesterday. Went on a walkie. It's been really nice weather in Berlin again, and yeah, largely just recharged a little bit. It's been good. Yeah, how many hours we streamed this month? I think it's about 160 hours. I think 160 hours, and that's just the two of us. So I feel like we do a lot. Do you think Weibo will draft as dog shit as Chiefs yesterday? I don't. Oh yeah, I did. I saw that LCP started again. I saw that the Hawks look pretty bad. JDG will, without CV Max, will 2-0 Weibo. Mark my words. Well, sometimes there's a honeymoon period. I mean, ooh. I mean, I could see JDG still just blasting this. But also, you're tinkering with very complex teams, right? Is this gonna? I mean, I do think the drafts were hard for JDG to play. I don't think they were always the best thing. I was surprised. It was good, Dark World. It was good. Thank you for asking. But yeah, 7 are back now, and yeah, we're live in all the usual places again. I've been looking for English LCP cast. There is an official LCP cast. There is. Yeah, I don't really have time for LCP. The problem is this is a whole wider comment. There's a whole wider problem. I will go hydro. I've got a coffee in the room. One of the issues with LCP is that they're competing on a time slot with not just LCK but LPL as well. It's both of them. And despite the fact that they did do very well at first stand, and I think that they've been a criminally underrated region, it's very hard for, so for instance, a co-streamer can't go and cast all 3 regions at once. And multiple of them will have to fall through the cracks. Co-streamers can't be everywhere. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And anyway, let me go get the coffee, and I'll be back in just a second.
展上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车、越野图腾、御电峡谷。
You watch it on Lolesports and official cast? Awesome. God damn, when can the LPL get one of those?
ID 队服，买酷睿 Ultra HX 新品上京东，领国家补贴，立省20%。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器。夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP，TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。澳丰电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，六边形战士来袭。
双剑合一，下面人，哇，这鳄鱼有点太好了，还来，再点上了。
Okay, we back. There we go. Oh, it's just not the same without having that in my ears every morning.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行，让我们有请双方对阵战队。
W gonna draft diff harder than DFM against the Chiefs? Jesus. Thanks for the stream streak. And welcome back, everyone. It's lovely to be back here and casting some LPL fuel.
Gaming Tap Tap 上单 Breeze 打野天中单小虎下路 Light 辅助二哈。欢迎北京 JDG Esports 上单阿乐打野勋中单 Scout 下路 Pace 辅助 Missing。
Well, JDG's Beijing Arena, as cool as always.
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第4周第1日的第1场比赛 ，WBG Tap 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Give me another game of Shen, please. I did see that. While I was offline. I see that we had some fun match histories. It was so anyone's legend that played that, right? It's Flandre. I haven't seen. Hey Frag, do you know who's on the 1v1 for today? Vampire versus the Shy battle the Inters later. Yeah, Sam will take you through that. I'm not gonna do the full day today. Angie's still here, so I've gotta, you know, I want to spend time with her. And yeah, well, so Sam will be in Sam's Capable Hands second series. Breathe versus Arla solo. That's awesome. That's a really good solo matchup. It's a very good solo matchup. Have we completed our circle circuit? No, because W haven't beaten anyone yet. Well, if it's going to happen, it'll be against Invictus Gaming, won't it? It will be. Well, there's the music. Time to dance. Arla versus Breathe, very quick through our first bans. I'd expect Jason and Gwen to be removed too. And Nivea though, alright. Someone's been practicing something weird. Yeah, I did have a good Easter. In fact, I have a cream egg here with me, which I'm going to eat at some point. You know, just randomly. Just, yeah. Is the 1v1 a random pick of player or the team just send out who they want? They send out who they want, but they can't send out the same player twice in a row. Well, Jace was banned, Yorick was banned, and we get ourselves Rumble versus Renekton. And honestly, both these players are so good at these respective champions. I'm a big fan. ODST reference? That's the one. That's the one. ODST is my second favorite Halo game. Combat Evolved, then ODST, and then, probably Halo 2 then 3, but that's... Look, all of that top 4 are very, very close. And then, after that, it gets a bit more complicated, I suppose. Breach wasn't bad, just not the original trilogy. Reminder folks, this is a 1v1 for our side slates, and we'll get into it shortly. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean there's an auto mod in my chat already? What the heck's chat? Oh, okay, you're right. You're talking about, yeah, all right, cool. I'll let it through for that. It's funny. It was fair. Oh, it must be so fun playing on a stage like Weber vs JDG. Must be so fun. All right, there's no crowd chance for this one. Let's get into it, shall we? Ah, you got the Chinese commentators in the background. They haven't fixed their crowd mics just yet. Ooh, he's level 1. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit annoying, but hey, whatever. You'll just hear some Mandarin in the background. We'll yes, we'll work with them. Barrier Ignite for Arla. Flash Ignite for Breathe, though I suppose wants... I don't know. I guess you don't want to take Barrier versus Renekton because he breaks it with his W. Breathe getting close towards Overheat. Ooh, gets towards it now, actually. Arla saves his Empowered W to break the Scrap Shield. And the Empowered W does that. Breathe gets control of the wave. Alright, so... Not the best trade from Arla there, actually. Of course, he has Sustain, where Breathe doesn't. Oh, but I say that. He doesn't have Sustain if he gets himself ignited. I think what Breathe was trying to do there was put down the Ignite, trying to guess that there was an empowered Q coming in from Arla, so he'd get less value from it. If that was the case, I think that would have really changed things, because then it's very hard to build up to your next set of Rage and your Q cooldown with that lower HP. Another Comet being lined up. Breathe being really ruthless here in the 1v1. Brave of him to face off against Rumble during Q. Such is the mind of the Renekton player. I have a red bar underneath my name. That should make me win the trade. Sadly, the other player has a red bar under their name too, because it's a Rumble. Occasionally that happens. I think it confuses the Renekton player's name. Ooh. See, right there, you would have liked to have the... No, he missed the cannon. No, that's like 180 gold down. Yeah, yeah, that's a big loss. It is about 160 gold, I think it is, the first one of the game. Missing cannons in this mode, it's very rough. Ooh, owie. Dashes in, dashes out, takes a load of damage. The Fated Ashes keeps burning on him too. I think this is looking pretty rough now. Alright, Nux cannon comes in, level 6 hit by Breathe. Arla should hit it on this wave too, obviously. I was just wondering whether Breathe would go towards an equalizer to force him off of the wave. I don't think that would have denied him cannon, though. He's staying in it, though. What's the plan here? Does he equalize the next wave? Owie. Yeah, just the whole thing. Is he going to stick around for plate gold? Presumably. There you go. Extra 125 gold. He has Demolish? What? Demolish on Renekton? Nani. Not Renekton. On Rumble? Nani. That's a thing. Huh. Well, I never. That is, almost 600 gold up. In fact, it's more than that now. With a cannon that. I think Renekton should be able to get back for the cannon. Has E cooldown, I'd imagine. It takes the heal as well. That's extra BS, buddy. That is extra BS. Wow. Not quite up towards the Leandries for Breathe. Couldn't quite afford that. How can Rumble, like, but Renekton always win late game all in though? I think it depends how much HP they're coming in on. Yeah, I mean, if you go down to the Ring of Fire, Dominus is very, very hard to beat. You're absolutely right. Especially when you're going towards what likely will be a more of Malmortius. You're not going to get time to get towards a, you know, a percent penetration item. I don't think you're going to be able to get Blighting Jewel or something like a Void Staff, which is where that Matt stat starts to turn around again. So Breathe has to get a lot of value done now. And you can use it first thing in the morning. It's not first thing in the morning. It's just, you know, it's just early, and I've had half a coffee instead of a full one. Ooh, does get the last hit with the Flame Spitter. Nice. Quite hard to do that, actually. Both them getting the heal there. I think the reason you take the Demolish is through that kind of, like, unexpected tower taking potential. Where you manage to force one to a bad reset, and then you manage to hit the tower, and then suddenly half it's gone. Hey, Cosme, it's good to see you. You're doing well. I enjoyed your Yaya Khan post the other day for 8 years of Zyra Khan. Okay, so we're getting closer and closer to that inevitable Ring of Death. It's not bad in Power W. You're not winning these short trades. Arla needs to find a way to get an actual big all-in. The short trades are going to be okay, but you're going to be bleeding out gold. Wait, there we go, Devolution Turret. Never actually thought we'd see that. And here is the all-in, which Ala has been waiting for. Remember, he doesn't have Flash, Breathe does, but now he's on the wrong side of the map. Equalizes the wave, he's going very, very low. Nice Q's gonna potentially kill him, and it does. Ala, first blood. That couldn't have come any later, really. Get the gold from that. You got a new Isaiah shoot, come and say, awesome, cool. I look forward to that, awesome. I can't believe Breathe just died for Los Platos. Is he gonna, is Ala gonna get double plates back? He is. Jeez, man. Ala completely turns this game now. He completely turns it. Breathe now has Bramble Vest and he has the Leandries. He's at a good power point now, but you see the power of the Renekton. And now coming into the Ring of Fire, even on gold, I suppose neither will... Hang on, will neither have ultimate? No. Equalizer is a shorter cooldown than Dominance. I think Ala's completely turned this now. Yeah, the Equalizer wasn't awesome, but then that's the problem of playing against the Renekton. It's like... He has enough mobility to get off the Equalizer most of the time. Well, both of them got value out of the Demolish against my expectations. Merc Treads and more versus Bramble and Leandries. I do think Renekton's stronger at this right now. Okay, 15 seconds till the Ring of Fire. We're going for one last recall. 800 gold lead out of nowhere. What? And it's a lot of poke damage. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. How low HP do you think Breathe needs to get Ala to feel good about the 1v1? I think it has to be below half HP. And even then, I actually think it gets a little bit spooky. Ala will need to go for an empowered Q before he auto-attacks with the W if he wants the healing, because that Bramble Vest will be cutting that now. So Ala will need to be aware of that. Chooses not to. Does have that Dominus, does have an Ignite too, but the Ignite's put down onto him. More of my Mulch is burned, and that could be a bit of an issue. You still have Dominus, you still have Barrier. That could be very, very important. Breathe has Equalizer. Gets Wave Control too. I suppose the minions are actually helping a little bit in terms of rage generation for Ala when he gets to hit them. But I wonder whether Breathe has done enough now. No more shield. Here comes the Dominus. I don't know if it's enough. The Barrier doing a lot. Breathe trying to go in with the extra empowered auto attacks from the overheat. Ala has a little bit of healing and does get the kill. The Bramble Vest not enough. Ala turns around an early deficit into winning the side select 1v1 for his team. I can't believe I said, oh, he's got to be like, you know, below half HP for Breathe to win. He was below half HP and still won. And, yeah. That was a thing. I mean, there was a very correct guess in the Anivia chat. Which is, yeah, doesn't Renekton just always win the late game all-ins? The answer was, yes. Yes, he does. You know what I'm gonna do? Chat, get hydrated, chat. I'm just redeeming it for you. He done gone chased a croc into the bush? Yeah, often doesn't work out for you. Australian natives will no, Floridian natives will know that. Hey, Sinus, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. And now we wait for our draft for the first game of the series. And we figure this out. Yeah, folks, make sure you're getting hydrated and sitting down for the day. Getting set up for the day, rather. Sitting down for the day? I mean, if you'd like to sit down for a day, you can do that as a treat, maybe. Okay, so as we get into this actual... as we get into the actual game, I'm trying to think... I do think Ala versus Breathe is a crucial matchup. Look, both of these teams are not on good runs of form. We have CV Max, who's just left JDG. Weibo, they've had a support change. There's also... There's also her coming in for Hung as well for the support role of Weibo. Seeing in the LEC broadcast? Yeah, I was on there this weekend. It was a very nice time. And yes, Dalga, Sam and I did take a break from casting for just a little bit because we needed to have some family time, and we did. So we took a couple of days off. How is the new Weibo support so far? He's been okay. Had some issues where he's been a little bit over-aggressive or caught out a little bit too far, but still doing all right. And we'll get around to that Poby as well at some point. Let's get into our first draft of the day, shall we? So, I mean, both of these players are very notable Sion players. We do still have Gwen and Jace available, although Gwen is getting less popular. Neferi on the table too. Can I ask your rank? I don't see it in your bio. You seem pretty smart about the game. I was Diamond 1 peak, I think. I haven't played rank for years, though. I was rank 1 in Arena. Yeah, that's relevant. Okay, Jace banned away. So do we ban away Neferi? Do we ban away Gwen? Do we ban away Kalista? Kalista hasn't always been perma-picked either, actually. Lots of topside picks banned away. Yone banned away. Stop something like a Sejuani Yone. Gwen for Arla. Yeah, that's a strong potential. And then Breathe would have to go towards something like Jax. I mean, Arla's Jax is very good if you want to take the other side of that coin, because Jax does win against Gwen. Does let the Neferi go over. This is a combo which we've seen be very, very strong here in the LPL. Gwen and Neferi, because both of them press W, both of them go untargetable for a time if you're stood outside of it, and you can't engage onto them. It's very, very annoying to deal with. Xiaohu then goes towards the Talia, because the Talia counters the Neferi by being that anti-dash champion. And that allows Weibo a better option for Tien to get into the game onto the Neferi. By the way, in the pre-game, a really important matchup which was being highlighted was the jungle matchup, Tien versus Xun. Xun has an incredible win record over Tien, despite the fact that I do think that Tien has been on better form. Oh god, the Briar hug was fantastic. Hang on, is Briar like actually okay into Neferi? I've not even... I don't know if is there anyone who's actually a Briar player in chat? Who is actually a player of that champion? Anyway, Xun goes towards that Xin Zhao, and the jungle matchup is competitive now in terms of the ability to play around early and have some of that teamfight impact. I do think that the Neferi is obviously much more of the carry archetype. And Scout locks in the Ahri, so we have good early game mid-jungle 2v2s actually. Now thinking about bot lane picks. Well, no, maybe not. I mean, surely you have to pick in a matchup against the top side. Choosing not to go towards something like the Jax and instead the Gnar. Okay. Gnar versus Gwen. Again, competitive. I will say I think that Gwen gets control of the lane currently on terms of the patch. And we get through into a second round of bans without having anything towards that bot lane just yet. Is this close on paper? I think JDG are favored. No. Yeah, I think that JDG have to be favored on paper. However, JDG also lost to FPX and then IG, so they're on a 2-match loss streak, and they also just kicked their coach. So I think it brings it much more into close competition now. And Weibo, they brought in a support which looks to be a slight bump to them. There were some rumors that Weibo might actually be about to part ways with their coach as well, so there's a whole load of crazy stuff going on there. This is a harder one to predict based on what's happening off the Rift. Xayah and the Kalista banned away from Pays. I suppose Weibo don't have the longest range composition, so the Xayah ultimate would have been a little risky, and it would have opened up Missing's Rakan as well, so the Yaya Khan could have been very, very powerful for JDG. Yep, JDG did lose to FPX. It was a great series. Also, their series versus IG as well was a great, entertaining series. However, JDG have now lost 2 series back-to-back. It's not looking good for them in terms of their pride, really. Breather's lost how many ARM 1v1s till now? I actually haven't checked. I can have a look. I don't even be able to check for the splits here, not the placements, but yeah. Kai'Sa locked in for light. And now doesn't have to worry about the Kalista laning phase or the Xayah kind of trading dive for anti-dive. What do you do now? Do you go for Ezreal, Rakan? You do need an engaging force. You only have an Ahri charm right now. You can go towards Leona. You can go towards Rakan, which is missing specialty. The Alice is not bad either. Also, the Alice is better into something like a Nautilus if I were to pick that one. Ha! Swain support, Hobbit. Swain mentioned, but not in the Noxus season, somehow. Completely skipped over the Grand General. What team did Erha come from? Weibo's youth team. Their LDL team. So, I think that you have an option for some lane dominance and support, which is what has been covered over by Erha, whether that was the Rakan or the Nico. Trying to look for a little bit of extra engage as well, because they also need a little bit of that. They go towards the Nico. We have seen some fantastic engage moments coming out from stuff like Dway's Pop Blossoms recently. Had another 5-man Nico Pop Blossom the other day. And those are our compositions, folks. You tell me what you think. And we'll work it out from there, won't we? Oh yeah, so someone mentioned how many times has Breathe played in the 1v1 side select. In the Ascend stage, played 3 times and lost all 3. I know it's funny, but isn't Airham dog in Chinese? It means a dumb husky is the name. Does Gwen win in the top lane matchup? There are some moments where the Gnar can get wave control, but I think you're always scared as the Gnar. I think the Gnar is meant to be a safe side lane pick, where you're just going to wave clear out and you try to interact as little as possible. I'm just going to put on one minute ad break, folks, so we don't get any more into game. So we'll do that. And we'll get into things when we see how our teams are feeling today. Of course, weird times for both of them. A coach gone from JDG, a support gone from Weibo, and both of them looking to pick up some momentum after some mixed results here in Group Ascent so far. Hey, thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it. Alright, let's get into it. And I will think about that fun fact as well, Poby, if you're still around. Alright, let's hear some gyros. Where are your gyros? Let's hear it, crowd. Also, the crowd mics are really, really, I don't know, maybe we're not gyroing today. What the heck's that? There we go. The reason they're laughing is because he just kept going. That was like 5 Weibo gyros and nothing from JDG. JDG, hang on. Are JDG not cheering? Whoa. JDG in their own home arena, in the largest LPL arena that we have, not cheering today after losing to IG and FPX. And JDG not cheering today. Oh, that is not a great sign, actually, for JDG and the atmosphere around them. That's a statement from the fans. CV Max has left the team, for those of you that didn't know. They played really well versus IG. They did, and they lost, is the problem. They lost, despite... they should have won that 3rd game, realistically. Missing goes in for a headbutt level 1. Oh, good double Q, actually, from Airhead there. Doing well at the lane dominance at early levels. You do need to get lane dominance out in the eco, of course. It's kind of one of the key parts of your champion. The thing about stuff like Varus Alistar, or Ezreal Alistar, is that the AD carry is meant to carry the Alistar through the first few levels of the game, and then the Alistar can start playing. The crowd went crazy for IG's win? Absolutely did. If you didn't catch the stream of that happening, go back and watch the clips. It'll be... I mean, there was clips on Reddit, which Darkwell posted, or it's there, I posted on Twitter. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. Went absolutely ballistic when that... We had a Nexus steal... Sorry, a Baron steal into Nexus to Nexus. It is... the strangest game maybe I've ever seen. Very, very strange in terms of that ending. Fantastic. Wonderfully hype. You absolutely go watch on. The crowd was the loudest I've ever heard it. On these ones anyway. Absolutely, Emily. They in fact, if they had just played the Nexus Rush just slightly better, they would have actually won that team. Which is why JDG, after the embarrassment really of losing that series, needed to make changes. So Breathe has early push in top side. Hang on, this is early push from all 3 lanes. Can Tien do anything with that? Guess not, just going for a full clear. Her interesting tech there, by the way, sending out the clones so the next Ezreal Q wouldn't cleanly hit onto them. So even though the combo came through, can block some of that out. Ooh, good electrocute from Scout. Scout's Ari is something which I've come to appreciate more and more, you know. Not a champion I liked from him back in, say, 2023 or 2022. But I think last year he started to catch my eye on a little bit. And, yeah. I think this year his Ari's actually been a very good playmaker. Of course, you know, me, forever the Ari connoisseur. Many millions of points into that obsession. So, Scuttle's traded. I wonder whether Tien should have been able to get something more, you know, out of this early pushing lanes. Shen's going to be able to go into the enemy jungle, put down a ward, and recall now. He has a full clear on that Scuttle. Xiaohu walking up, knowing that there's likely something here. Yeah, okay. There's a blue ping on that ward. They know that Shun is topside, and they know that he's... Do they know his warding patterns? Okay, so the camp respawns are coming through. Tien's going to be able to get towards them. Shun's going to a recall, will get himself onto the map with a bit more combat stats. That's you too. Miss you too, Peanut. Miss you too. And yeah, for those of you... Oh, hang on a second. Breed jumping forwards. Good grass proc that. Get some good damage down. Yeah, so Sam and I took a couple of day break over the weekend to, you know, regain some energy and spend some time, some much needed time with family and Angie and, you know, well, Angie is family, but, you know, yeah, you know, reset a little bit, because Sam and I believe we've done about 160 hours of LPL this month, folks, this month, and that's without the stuff that we did last split, and, you know, found the place. We do love spending that time with you, telling the stories of these great teams. You know, Weibo and JDG, both teams which I've seen rise and fall. Ooh, nasty doubly trade there from FaZe. Of course, FaZe's been fantastic for JDG. I think that, I think the two best players on JDG have been FaZe and Scout. And that missing's been up and down. I think Shun has been largely good, but also had some fumbles as well. Arla, a bit hard to tell sometimes. Ooh, charm around the corner. Nice. Great electrocute trade. Half the HP down from Xiaohu. Needs to get a combo back to trade it back to even. Okay, good trade back from Xiaohu. If he hadn't had that, that would have been very, very disastrous, because with Scout closing in on level 6, could have potentially been an issue. You know what? I almost would have flashed out of that combo with Scout, because I would have wanted to hold on to that HP advantage. Who has the better team composition? Hang on a second. Scout does go for the ult force. Does force the flash. Wonder whether... No, I don't think there was an angle for Charm Flash. I think Charm Flash still doesn't work, because I think Xiaohu still gets to flash away. Would have had to be double flash committed. And even then, I don't think it's a guaranteed kill. Whose team composition do I prefer? JDG have the temporary front line of the Xin Zhao and the Alistar. I think Weibo have better follow-up if they land and engage. Look, I think if Nico gets a great ultimate, Weibo have the better composition. I think if Nico doesn't get a great ultimate, I think JDG have the better comp. Alright, so Scuttle not being able to be finished off by... sorry, no. The Scuttle finished off by Weibo, but the first grub was finished off by JDG. I think that the scaling, a bit arguable on about either side, because you do have something like the Nefiri, you do have the Kais. Hang on a second. Could be a bit of a problem. Missing does have flash. It's rooted anyway, buddy! Risky stuff. Missing blows both summoners. Easy one to give up there. Yeah, chat. We have feral chat activated again for reasons unbeknownst to me. Tien going to potentially towards dive on top side turret. Does have that W. Good double combo, but no one's taken aggro yet. I don't know, Missing. Missing has no combo now and just goes down. Is there any play under the turret there again? No. I don't know. Missing using the combo very freely there. I suppose FaZe lives. Who gets that kill? Nah does. I mean, no one had taken aggro there, so there was... Yeah, no one had taken aggro. It felt like a bit of a wasted combo. Maybe trying to mind game a little bit and say, they're going to do damage now, and I'll CC them immediately after they start doing damage. I feel like Nah has more impact than Gwen these days. I don't think our late game Gwen performances have been ridiculous in LPL in the last week or two. Were you on the LEC the other night? I wasn't yesterday, but I was on the day before, so I was on day 1. I was on desk. Yeah, I was on with Odoamne and Shox on the desk. I wore a t-shirt which people liked. And that's a win for me. That's what I go on there to do. To, you know, look okay. Oh, man. Alright, Dragon's up now. We're gonna get we are getting some pings towards that. So I do have a funny story to tell. I do have a funny story to tell. I'll figure out a time to say it. Chef are going to be pushing up bot side. Dragon's going to take him by TN. So that's going to be slight objectively for Weibo. And, you know, leading up to this series, the question was, hey, is JDG just clear favorites? Well, they've just kicked their coach. Weibo have changed their support, but it looks like Erha's doing pretty well, especially compared to Hung, who was very much struggling. I did have that feeling it was going to be close, and now we do have an early game where Weibo are ahead 1,000 gold. They do have the objective lead as well. That's arguably more important, actually. They have a global on their team in Talir, and they have a split pusher in Nar. I don't think Weibo are in a bad position. I think it makes it easier for them to play the macro. Scout's going towards the Rod of Ages build. I mean, I wonder if he has to do that this game because the initiation from their team is kind of weak. If you don't mind me asking, what does the average caster make in the LPL? Oh god, depending on the amount of days. Last year it got a bit weird. I would say... Oh, I wasn't there for when LPL casters actually got paid good money. And obviously, I don't know what the case is now. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say. Not sure I'm allowed to say. LEC, I don't think I'm allowed to say that. Because I'm not, yeah, and I don't want to do, yeah, I don't want to not be sure and then say, you know. It is different between casters. Of course, it depends on the amount of days that you get, because it's based on day rates, right? Good double Q there from Erha. That was an interesting sound effect. Thank you, Sinus. Yeah, I'm glad I'm back in it too. It's great to be involved in such a creative, exciting product. And I think that every single league this split has just decided it's going to be really weird and interesting. Now, we've had stuff like JDG IG, we have the Circle of Suck right now at the LPL where all of our top teams have beaten each other, which I think is very exciting, makes it very hard to predict. We have LCK where, I mean, our top teams there are looking a bit all over the place, and some of those games have been very, very entertaining. LEC, G2 just lost a series to BDS. Fnatic lost to SK. KC, you know, dropping games to teams like MKOI and to Heretics, stuff like that, right? I think LEC has been wonderful to watch. It's been a good split to be watching, I think, across the world. Shun spotted out. Second spawner grabs it. The freaking sound effect. Ooh, good trading from Breed. This could actually be a full-on kill. Force the flash out. Flash still available for Breed. Could flash allowed. Also, the 1,000 cuts, though. Took a lot of work. Breed flashed on the spot and denies himself a solo kill. Not sure about that one. Grub started up on the other side. I feel like Breed threw a golden opportunity. First grub taken by Weibo. No smite used. Tian could stick around to smite the last one. Scout trying to get some damage through. He gets the electrocute onto Tian. Oh, triple ultimate from Paze. That's a lot of damage down, and I wonder whether that turns the tables. No smite going to come through. Tian, I guess, could have hopped over, looked to smite, then flash out. Couple of mistakes there from Weibo, particularly that Breed 1v1 on the bot side. I think that should have been a clear-cut solo kill. Ala gets the healing from 1,000 cuts. He gets out alive. Thoughts on the HLE Golden Road? With so many good teams and changing metas, I think it's very hard to get a Golden Road across 3 international events and 3 splits. Shahu walking across that word, the wall on top side. They do spot the recalls in that. Shahu using that rock serving to get towards that tower quickly, so people forget about that. The Talir passive, walk close to a wall and it helps. Missing, has level 6, can dive. Does get a lot of damage onto it, and it's a great Nico ult. I don't think they expected that one. Missing will go down, but how much can happen after? Who takes aggro? Scout has a little bit more HP, misses the Q, it takes another tower shot. Very, very lucky to live. As Shun also just about makes it out alive. 1 for 2 under the turret. Kill goes over to Xiaohu. I think Erha actually has a good try at that, honestly. Breed does have ultimate again. He gets the stun onto the wall. Remember, if he misuses the W now, the Gwen, that Nefaria can fly straight at them. Does have the needlework. Q hits. Clip starts to get some damage down too. But wait, choose not to dive. I realize that the Gwen a little bit too tricky to take down with the W making them immune. Missing no ultimate now. Hang on, Missing needs to be careful. He has no ultimate. He could die very quickly here. Ala comes back over the wall. They save their buff for Shun. And it's an even gold game. You know, Weibo had that 1,000 gold lead earlier. Not really able to get much beyond that. 40 seconds till the Dragon. That's the advantage which Weibo do hold over the other side. Scout with 1,000 gold lead is pretty big now. We did say that Scout needs to kind of be a big playmaker. I haven't seen it. Ah, there's no charm immediately after the play, after the combo. Missing just gets stunned up, doesn't use the ultimate very well. Because what Missing wanted to do was, as Scout gets a very good kind of like, just last little bit of calculation there on the HP. If that hadn't worked out, that would have been disastrous, yes, for sure. But, He's reading the voice in his head? No, I'm not reading the voice in my head. I've got 3 chats open, Kazel, right now. I have, for those of you that are not aware, we are streaming on Nymaera on Twitch. You can actually see them on the bottom left-hand corner, some of them. Nymaera on YouTube, and then also Anivia on YouTube as well. So we've got 3 chats open. Where's Initialise? We're trading series today because we want to have a bit more free time. Sam's going to get a lion, and I'm not going to do the second series. Because, yeah, I got stuff I want to do, and people I want to spend time with. So we're splitting time a little bit there. Alright, so, Dragon is up. Weibo, do they feel like they can fight right now? I think, like, Scout is in a pretty good position. That shifting sound on the skin is freaking helicopter, man. I've been watching on YouTube this whole time. Didn't know you had a Twitch. Oh, really? I mean, it is in the bottom left-hand corner. I did try and mention it. Maybe I should mention it more. No worries, though. As long as you've been enjoying yourself. That's the biggest thing. Scout in a side lane. One of his natural habitats. Scout loves fighting around side lanes. Missing has ultimate again. Looking for the Mega Gnar demolish on tower. This will, hang on, Missing, you are now stuck. You are actually just under turret now. Surely just hit the tower and kill it. Air comes forwards with the ultimate. Missing, I just don't think you had any right to be there. One of the supports we've criticized the most here in the LPL, Missing a player with very high pedigree. They're going to give the kill over to the Neferi? What's the plan? Give it over towards the Taliyah. Feats of strength earned by Weibo. They lose that first tower. They do have 2 of the objectives. Easy kill over to Weibo. As Missing is misreading the side lane dives. Yeah, Guzzle, I do. Yeah. I am a fan of YouTube Premium. It allows me to watch things on my... when I fly around a lot, if I have to fly back and forth between Germany and the UK, it means I can download videos to watch a lot easier. It's nice. Anyway, they're both good systems. But yeah, Premium's the one which I actually have right now. Light, clearing out on this mid lane. Does have the Q evolve now, importantly. Kraken Slayer and Pickaxe is enough for that with the Doran's Blade. You do need the Doran's Blade for that, though. Worth noting. 4v1 for so long. Why is Alistair so OP? Well, I mean, it's kind of nice, but, you know. You gotta actually do something with that ability to stay alive. Gotta actually do something useful, whether that's CC or a bit of, you know, picking off carry. Herald now available. Weibo, if they get themselves another objective, of course, will get themselves feats of strength. Light in a good spot. I think this Kai'Sa could do some damage now, you know. We said, Pays getting towards his power spike. Do Weibo want to contest? I don't know. I feel like you want to bide your time a little bit. I feel like... I mean, giving up Herald is obviously not great. You don't want to just throw a fight for free, though. Do you have a good angle? No Mega Gnar timing? Gwen in bot side alongside the Taliyah. Scout towards top side. Has that Rod of Ages ticking over. The one person building Rod this game. I think Scout is so important for what JDG want to do in this draft. Their engage is Alistair, very occasionally a clutch 3 Talon Strike from the Shinzao. Outside of that, you need Ahri to dash in and get an unassisted charm. Scout is someone I trust to do that a lot of the time, but still, it's not the easiest thing ever, right? Tian gets a good double Q trade onto Shun. Scott the Cav on the bottom side taken. Ooh, ulting on towards Ala. Could hop over that one. Indeed does do. Still has the flash too. And uses the W. Ah, misses the shove. Is that going to be enough? Remember, you do have a lot of healing from the Gwen, and that comes through there. So double ultimates used from Tian and from Xiao Hu. It feels like it's not that great. Breathe does have flash. Does have... Well, he's used his Mega Gnar ult now. And he's going to go down on the other side. So, in a battle of side lane plays, it's JDG that come out on top. Light uses ultimate onto Pays too. Tian dodges the tower shot. Now Xiao Hu trying to catch out Pays, and he still has E available. Weibo losing the plot a little bit here. Get lost a little bit in the source, and JDG maybe even have a collapse play on mid lane. It's Weibo left a lot of people. Tian doesn't have himself a W now. Has to burn his flash and dodges out on the Ezreal ultimate. JDG, much more organized play in the last minute or two. Weibo getting a little bit lost in the source. Ruinous Atacon, 2 minutes. Dragon, 2 minutes as well. Weibo would like to get themselves the feats of strength off of either of those, really. Weibo's run starts today. Thank God Hung is gone. He was struggling, and I was definitely someone who didn't expect him to stay around when he was playing like that for sure. But we'll see how long that really goes. So what happens here? Has Meganar, tries to go for the hit back. Doesn't get a valuable W. I mean, I guess you can't allow the 3 Talon Strike to come through for the knockup, so you have to ult there. Sure, he might have to flash. I was wondering whether the scout would go forwards for Charm Flash. Chooses not to. How has Breed 700 gold up with only 1 kill advantage? Plates. Plates and side lane. Oh, Xiaohu throws his ultimate into the wall, but safely gets out anyway. Breathe alone on top side again. Plates course down now. Xiaohu has teammates now. Can you wave clear effectively enough? Scout at a strong item core of that Leandre's in the Rod of Ages. It gives him a lot of HP to brawl with. Oh, thanks for the stream by the way, 1,000 kites. And thank you for the follow, Whisper. Good luck, kites. Okay, so 20 seconds till Dragon. I think Scout is really in a strong position right now. Needs to be careful. They can't throw too much HP at them. I'm gonna get some value down. Tian potentially could have. Breathe caught out again on side lane. And as the flash, Shun goes over. There is an Ezreal, which comes through now. No Meganar. Shun finding another great angle onto Breathe. I'd imagine he's just going to die here. And Breathe playing the weak side of the map pretty poorly here for Weibo. Ahead of 1,000 gold is strong in individual level. Suppose this time it does buy time for Dragon to go over towards Weibo. Maybe Breathe thought that JDG would just not, they would go for a contest. Now Weibo, they have a couple of options. Do you push down to mid lane? Do you... Oh, they catch the combo onto Scout. He has a lot of HP with this build, but I don't think it'll matter. Now suddenly things look a little bit better for Weibo. Breathe draws the pressure top side. They get the Dragon, they get mid lane turret. Even though they might give up this this Atacon, by taking so many plays and turrets in the mid lane, after they get 2 turrets, that's absolutely a worthwhile trade for Weibo. Atacon for 1 kill, and 1 kill for, you know, kill on the other side and double towers and Dragon. Weibo absolutely take that. On Soul Point, great control. JDG get themselves some adaptive force and they'll be able to get to buff up their own neutral objectives. Well, Weibo feel happy about that. Maybe there are questions if we see another game or two of JDG misreading the map of drafts which are hard to play around with a lacking initiation hit. Maybe we do ask the question of what happens when you switch a coach out, despite the coach obviously leaving. And if you think a coach needs to leave, then obviously, you know, feel empowered to do that. JDG has gone through 4 coaches in the last few years. But it does have impacts. It's not always a honeymoon phase. Oh, they knew... Okay, they knew the wall was there and they knew it was going to die. All right. Okay, so... Top lane out of turret still standing for Weibo. Herald was just summoned in top. So hang on. Herald wasn't even summoned in mid lane. JDG not even getting value out of that Herald, which they got earlier for free. Anyway, I do have a funny story for when I was on LEC this weekend. So I was getting my hair done, as you do. It's nice, good to see you, by the way. Good to see you back. I remember the name. So I was getting my hair done, I was getting curled. And Odo Amne just like, literally just stood behind my chair with a very concerned expression on his face. And he was like, why are you getting that done to your hair? I was like, I don't know, because I like it. It gives it some volume. I think it makes it, you know, it looks nice, makes it look less flat. It's like, I just don't know what to feel about seeing such a feminine hairstyle on a guy. I was like, I'm glad I could give you this confusing experience, Odo. Yeah. Don't know what else to make of that, but that was funny on the weekend. Anyway, it was funny. Not that I'm particularly attached to masculinity, as many of you know in chat, but hey. I look good with my hair, and I'll stand by that. The chef left. Oh yeah, JDG had that really famous chef, didn't they? Yeah, they did. I remember that. It was okay. Odo's chill. I like Odo. It's good being on desk with him. He's very knowledgeable. He stands behind his analysis very well, so, you know, he will be that kind of dissenting opinion, but like in a good way, and he has a lot of authority to back that up, right? It's very fun getting to talk to people like that, particularly, you know, it's very fun to do that in the LPL. You know, I do that with, I'd often have different analytical opinions from someone, say, Troubling, for instance. You know, we'd think differently. But it doesn't mean it wasn't a good show, and it's nice to have both sides of that opinion, isn't it? Same with someone like Lyric, or, you know, lots of people I've ended up working with over time. Jamada, too. All of the Colcasters. I'm sure there are people I missed out. Okay, minute until Baron, minute until Dragon. Feats of strength for Weibo. That definitely helps them with the extra little bits of stats. Gold lead becoming less important as time goes on. Thank you, Tiana. Thank you. Pays at the 2-item spike. Scout going towards Death Cap third. Oh, hang on a second. I gotta go check something actually. I just gotta go to which patch are we on? Ah, this is why we're seeing the Death Cap on 0.8. Ahri has less. So actually, this build was meant to be killed on 0.8, the Rod of Ages build. That's what the changes to Ahri were meant to be. But they ended up cutting her armor per level to make sure her HP means less. But they gave her more HP. Hang on a second. He's potentially walking up there for a play. But they gave Ahri more AP ratio. Scout on the side, hang on, is going in towards Xiao, who flashes and gets himself into the play anyway. Oh, that's not the position he wanted to be in. Flashes out of the charm, but doesn't get himself out of the play. Bad positioning by Xiaohu there. Easy kill. And that potentially stops the soul being taken by Weibo. At least it's only the one kill. But an easy death to give up from Xiaohu. Who was our mid laner of week 3, by the way. He got the mid laner of the week. Missing spotted out, rooted. Side lane pushed in for Breathe. So now this is going to be a trade of side lane pressure for Dragon. Another good read there, actually. Missing's had a hard game so far. He's struggled a bit. Breathe. Oh, does manage to get himself the stun into the wall. Teleport's come in, but I don't think it's going to be in time. Ala's Gwen just not able to make the difference here. Demonge comes through, and now Scout might be just late to the play. Burns the ultimate. And Missing's now caught out too. Has the ultimate running, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to survive. Light goes in for a last auto attack. Missing flashes and dies. The Cardinal Sin, Shun comes in, but the wall cuts him off. Now Xiaohu's back in the play. Weibo find a play from nothing. And JDG, I don't think changing a coach will save you from misplaying like that. Baron straight after. Feels like the floodgates have just opened. You know, Tien great follow-up plays and has now got 2-0-1. They'll take themselves the Baron. And JDG, what the hell's just happened in the last minute? They take the Dragon, trying to trade turret for turret. They call in the teleport, but it's never getting here in time. The fact that Ala gets caught out by the Gnar W is so important there. I don't think he positioned his Black Mist well. The Hallowed Mist, rather. Missing then flashes and dies anyway. He's an awful game. And look, I'm sure that they did need to change coach. The drafts weren't looking good. There was some bad run of form. You know, I'm sure they could find some logic towards that. But, that is not going to be fixed by a coach, is it? Playing like that. I will say as well, Air has had a good game. For a player coming up from the LDL, often a very tough time coming up as a support because you have to know map rotations, you have to know warding patterns. A bunch of other secondary skills which are not as punished hard in Tier 2 as in Tier 1. Air has looked good. Has the empowered boots as well now. Feats of strength. Proto belt on that. A little bit of anti-heal from the Oblivion Orb. And now Weibo have Baron. Pushing in multiple lanes. Xiaohu, I mean, there is going to be an inner turret falling as Ala gets to go towards that. Is that important? I mean, it's Golem towards the Gwen, who's lacked a lot of it so far. Annoying for Weibo that they can't take... Hang on, are they just going to chase Ala down? Does he have to teleport out? You can't sit and teleport because there are cancels available. Xiao goes in, gets eyes on him. W's now blown, and now the W's blown. I think that's where things go a bit awry. Uses the blast gun to make sure Ala can't take it. Does Tien go for the all-in? No. Ala loses the flash, and that's it. Does buy a lot of time, though, remember? It's about 30 seconds of the Baron buff used up. Not bad. But what of a waste as of an Ezreal pick playing into a Kai'Sa, almost if their coach told them to go. Nah, I don't know about that. I mean, Pays Ezreal, I think it's stable here anyway, right? I think Ezreal into Kai'Sa is okay. They chose the Calista was banned. Okay, gold lead more significant for Weibo now. And of course, the most important things I think are 3 items for Kai'Sa, 1,000 gold ahead. More of Malmortius in for Tien against double AP solo laners and decent magic damage coming in from even, you know, the Alistar technically. Breathe. Caught out of the river right now. Oh my god, Missing's taking a lot of damage there. Just from the single bleed coming through and the Black Cleaver shredding. Missing could be in a bit of trouble here, you know. He has no flash, taking the long way home. I was actually wondering whether there was a play to be made to cut them off at the pass. Had no Teleroll. If the Teleroll was there, that's definitely the play. Minutes or Dragon now. Arla in a sideline has 2 items, going on 3. Looking towards what would be the Cosmic Drive next. I think Kai'Sa is Ezreal's worst matchup after Varus. I think what went through JDG's head is we want Alistar for Missing. Let's get an AD camera which get them through lane. I think if they've gone Kai'Sa Rakan, well, would you be happier there? I don't know, actually. Rakan kind of sucks into Nico sometimes. Maybe you're afraid of that? There's no Varus there. Hey, Molecule, good to see you. I wonder how hard it is to improve in the LPL format. These brothers playing a best of 3 every other day in a new city. I think the logistics of that are really something. And then also the LPL schedule is meant to give the most hype matchups on the weekend. It's meant to be the second match of the day. So the schedule has been very strange. We've had some teams play 6 games and some play 3. It's been a heck of a thing, hasn't it? Okay, AP upgrade in from Light. That increased... Ooh, Shun's got a face check. It's a bit of a problem. And Poke starts to rain down. Good to see you, by the way, Molecule. Of course, Molecule working on the LEC now, so I actually get to work with him in a professional capacity. Yay! Thank you, Mr. Kuehl. Alright, Dragon spawning now. Arla holding one angle. JDG, not the best setup for this. Did get some damage onto her with Pays earlier. Not enough. Combo onto... I mean, it's a combo onto a Gnar. The Blast Cone saves Missing's life. Still, half HP. Not the best place to be there. Level 17 Breathe, holding an angle. Shun coming over the wall. Pays over the wall too. Oh, and there's a catch by the Nico. Double shove, and Ari goes down. The scout reports their findings, and it's an enemy army. Weibo will take that kill, take down the jungler, and that will be the soul after. Again, JDG, you can change your coach, but you gotta press the buttons right on the rift. Weibo get themselves into a storming advantage. 2 kills, soul. And Weibo come out to a huge advantage here in the late game. Great plays from Erher. Erher is my player of the game so far. I think this guy's been playing really, really well today. For a player that's come up from the LDL, for a player that's didn't have great expectations, brought in, I suppose, on emergency because Hung was playing so poorly. I think his first series caught out a little bit, but whatever. Still stable enough to justify. This is a much better game. Of course, won a series versus NIP as well. And here's what happened here. So what happens? I mean, they just put the ward down and Arla doesn't use his W. Scout gets caught. I mean, they didn't have the setup for the Dragon. Playing from behind the vision game, they get caught up by someone. I mean, it could have been Missing on the other side, right? I think he was lucky to get away with the Blast Cone. Just happened to be a Scout that came out to the negative there. And now you have Chemtech Soul. Makes it much harder to take someone like down, like the Neferi, like the Gnar. Much harder to kill off these more bruiser archetypes because they do more damage and take less damage below 50% HP. Of course, the other thing too, reminder, is the Chemtech Dragons themselves gives you tenacity, which does help versus stuff like the Charm. Gives you heal and shield power. What does that apply to? I mean, it applies to the Eclipse on Tien and his Q healing. Yeah, that's nasty actually thinking about that. Not as valuable for anyone else, I suppose. Okay, JG, what's the plan? Take a chunk on your support again. Missing struggling on the Alistar. I don't think it's a bad Alistar draft. I do think that Missing has played poorly around side lanes. Oh, Arla's caught out again. Has flash. Will that matter? The slow landed onto Tien. Missing half HP. Has to blow the ultimate too. JDG throwing away random health bars on different sides of the play. Breathe has flash. Only has to crunch away anyway. Weibo getting the better of everything. JDG feels like once the fight gets split, and you kind of get different members across different parts, at different ends of the river, they lose their mind a little bit. They're not coordinated. Breathe. Going towards that Baron, taking some damage off of it. Uses that W to just scat out a little bit. By the way, translates to dumb husky, for those of you that don't know. Teleport in from Arla, so they get themselves a global for this too. Don't stick towards it. Root out of the bush. A little bit of poke from there. Not wanting to use self-CC with this Q cast animation. JDG do have the Atacon. They do have a little bit of that XP and the extra adaptive force. Does empower their grubs too. And they will take mid lane out of turret. However, they don't have teleport now on Arla. Light is heading towards Zhonya's, which makes it even harder to kill him. We're getting towards an Elder game. Maybe JDG can pray for that. Of course, JDG been on a bit of a late game streak recently. You had a doggo called Django that was a dumb husky. That's adorable. Huskies can be very intelligent and also very dumb. Shun goes forward and gets a great combo onto Tien, but he presses W and gets away with it. Charm lands onto Xiaohu, but even he gets some shields from his boots. Shun now caught out, doesn't have the flash. His ultimate's going down, and there's a catch on to Pays. Breathe has gone very, very deep, though, and might have to flash out, and indeed does. It's one kill onto the jungle. Allah's on the flank, and Air buys some space, missing. Forces the flash out of the Nico. I feel like Weibo blowing a lot of summoners for quite cheap here. Missing. Tanky, but is he tanky enough? Oh, it's a lot of damage from the dogs. No, it's not tanky enough because the Light wants to finish the play. Scout not able to get the kill on the other side, and your ultimate has run out. The flash will see him to safety, but it feels like JDG are not getting anything positive from this. They get flashes at best. That's it. That's it. They get flashes at best. Teleport goes down. Arla teleport comes in as Scout joins Arla in that mid lane. Baron being taken down very quickly. Meganar coming back up again. Light takes the Baron. JDG at least getting some gold in pocket. Minute and a half now till Elder. And of course the Baron will last over to that. 3 minutes. Elder coming up in 1. JDG just looking so much less precise on the map. For a team which was, for me, any Scout team, is about how coordinated they are across the map. It's not great to see. Now, you can see the initial charm with Xiaohu does have the chain-laced crushers, does benefit from the shield power, of course, of the Chemtech Dragons. Breathe buys time on the other side of it, making sure that Pays and Scout not getting the most value. I don't think it was the best engage, actually, by Breathe. Getting trapped in that 1v3. You're tanky, but you're not a full tank. Pays trying his best on the Ezreal. The Ezreal is scary. The Ezreal is scary. It's just, you can't do much when you're not there at the initial fight. And the rest of the team is split from you. 2,000 gold behind now as well. Light on the Kai'Sa. Doing a magnificent job. 5-0-1. I think that he's another shout for MVP. I will say I think Erha is my MVP so far. I think the Nico has been absolutely clutch. Pivotal to how Weibo have been playing. Especially coming in as a last-minute replacement. Means even more, right? Oh gosh, okay, catch on the side lane. Shun does have flash. Xiao coming in on the angle. Teleport coming in from Quen. W starting to land. Light, of course, has that W upgrade. Powerful, that. Not the W landing. The more this lands, the easier it gets for Weibo, of course. They have the Chemtech Soul. They're happy to play around low HP for low HP if needs be. Baron still up for a minute. Breathe. Doesn't have teleport. Arla pushing in that bot side. Thank you so much for the gift subs, by the way, Zareth. Means an awful lot. So you gets gifted this Elder. Tien, onto it. Healing up with his Qs. And of course, his jungle item as well. You take more damage than more than regular dragons you've taken. Which means that Tien's still going to be chipping a little bit of HP down. Missing. Full HP. Does have his tier 2 ultimate. Now he goes down to half HP. Pulls the ult. Anyway, Arla on the flank. This isn't looking bad, but the Zhonya's on the charm is crucial for Light, and Air buys even more space. Feels like there's Light's fight to win now. JDG look for the triple pincer. They can't manage it. The resets come through. And Jingdong Gaming, on a 2-match loss streak, may well find themselves in a 1-game deficit here against Weibo.
The Baron's still available. The Elder taken. Weibo have been better than JDG this game across almost all fronts. Charm lands onto him. G8. Potential here. Ooh, hops over. Remember the Elder. Potential of the kill. Goes down to low HP. And TM will finish this off. Arla, not the easiest game for him. 0-1-0. 0 kill participation for the top laner of JDG as he is smoked by Dragon and by Summoner. Weibo will clean up the game. JDG. Oh, their fans have got to be in despair. A loss against FPX. A loss against Invictus Gaming. And now 1-0 down against Weibo. The pressure is on. They've changed the coach already. They have to change tack somehow. As Weibo, they have their own honeymoon period, and their support change is working out wonders for them. Wait, in almost all ways? In which ways was JDG better than Weibo this game? That's a good question. That's a good question. I do think that a lot of their teleports and trading for towers for objectives weren't bad. But hey. Hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. I cast a lot of LPL. I think this month, we've cast Sam and I, my brother, who do take things over on my channel here on Twitch or on YouTube or over on the restream of Onivia as well. We've done about 160 hours of LPL, which we love to do because we love the LPL and we hope that you enjoy the teams, the players, and our coverage of them as well. Hope you find it entertaining, informative, and a cool place to hang out and chat about LPL as well. So, Weibo go 1-0 up. There were a lot of questions about, hey, are JDG just clear favorites? I think with CV Max leaving the team, with Weibo bringing in a support who seems to be getting more comfortable, I don't know whether that's the case now. I don't know whether that's the case. Okay, I've got to put on some adverts. I've got to go to the toilet real quick, and then I'll come back for our second game. So, auf Wiedersehen. Well, not. Yeah. See you. Bis später. See you later in a couple of minutes. Put on some adverts here for Twitch. Won't apply to you on YouTube, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Hey, good stuff. I'm glad I got the MVP. I'm glad he got the MVP. He had a very good game. With the type mathematics sound. This song is just such an earworm. Support switch already paying off. Yeah, I agree, Ant. I agree. Wait, rookie? Who's even a rookie this split? I mean, Aher is. I don't even know who else is a rookie this split. John Howe was in last split as well. Starry's not been a he was playing last year as well. This game did not look good. No, it didn't. It didn't. Junhao was a rookie last split. I don't know whether it works for the year or for this split, though, is the thing. Thanks for the follows, by the way. And of course, Zareth, thank you so much for the gift bomb earlier. It makes a lot of difference. How many kills does Scout have? Not enough to carry the game. I can't remember. You can zoom back on the VOD on YouTube and you can find out how many he had. Alrighty, we get ourselves back onto stage, I presume, at some point soon. Oh no, it's an extra break still. Angie, thank you so much for the resub. Oh. We all know Stracciatella is best. What happened with Stracciatella? Wait, what is Stracciatella? Oh, Charlotte is. Yeah, Charlotte is actually a true rookie this split. Oh, it's a type of ice cream. Type of ice cream. Oh no, I do know that now.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买酷睿 Ultra HX 新品上京东，领国家补贴，立省20%。逛京东搜赛事预测，参与预测赢好礼。
京东。
我是萨鲁佐尔，恶魔的屠戮者，苍茫之境的统治者，一切征服者的征服者，所有暴君的暴君，没人可以主宰我。一切土地尽是我乡，凡我乡土，尽归我有。
Right, I've already run out of it, haven't I? I've already done that. That's good. Yay. So, what did JDG do at this point? So that was them with side select, losing on blue side. I didn't like the draft. They had very limited engage, but largely it was play, which was a problem, right? I think Arla looked very bad on side lanes, even though I think Breathe also didn't look great. I think Missing just didn't know what was happening across the map. Shun and Scout and Pays were all okay, but yeah. And now we wait.
I should find some extra stuff to do while I'm... I should find some extra stuff to do while I'm here, shouldn't I? Show a quick YouTube short. What do I have here? Oh, yeah. You ready for the Elden Ring character to scream? Where was this guy today, man?
Curse you, baby!
Can't convince me. And this is, of course, the last time that they were alive. What the hell happens here? It's like 1 HP and the Leandri's burn kills it. That is a 1 HP Leandri's Baron steal. I don't think I've ever quite seen something like that in my life. If nothing else, Invictus Gaming never give you a boring game. JJ has flash very hard to stop him from getting into the pit. There's no wards on him either. JJ.
Oh, this is so insane, actually.
Maker goes in, but doesn't commit to the full combo. Are we flipping? We are! It's a Baron steal! Of course it's a Baron steal! But the fight comes after. It's a little longer, but I just don't think it's enough!
Oh, this should have been so over. Did I catch Fiddlesticks the other day? No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
5 alive heading towards the Nexus. I don't think IG can hold. 2 Baron steals is not enough to save Invictus Gaming from the might of Paze's Zeri.
Oh, he was so fed. 13-0. Like, 13-0 Zeri with a GA. There's no way they don't kill this, right? And then they all clump up for an REQ. I just thought that they'd be able... Scout also just, like, should have got 1 more auto on the Nexus, and that would have done it too. Oh, man.
JDG, they fought so hard, but they get aced. Maybe they did need the Baron teleport into the mid lane. IG.
What an insane moment.
Steals. Protection of the base. Absolute cinema. Rocky intercepts the wave, and we might have a Nexus to Nexus. Never in my life have I seen an ending like this. A Baron steal into Nexus push into ace with less.
They didn't have vision on the Jax. That's why they didn't have vision on Jax for the second steal.
Invictus Gaming will win the series 2-1. Never in my life have I seen something like this. Only in the LPL do you get this. Invictus Gaming take the series.
What an insane game.
When you watch the Baron steal into Nexus to Nexus, where were you? Remember this.
Good stuff. Always enjoy me watching back some of them. By the way, if you'd like to see more short form content, I do have a TikTok and on the YouTube channel, which I'm currently live on. Besides Olivia, I post YouTube shorts as well, and I also post on my Instagram reels as well. So you can just catch some, fun moments and whatever. And of course, it means a lot to me if you can drop a like, I guess, if you can. But hey, all's good in the hood. Right, back on stage, should begin to draft scene. Most famous word for Spanish people is Eichhörnchen. Because they struggle with, like the umlaut letters, yeah. Yeah, that JDG fan chant leader is absolutely iconic. Game 2 and Draft 2 coming right up. On off the press, bans coming through. No Vine. Of course, the Neferi played in the last game. That's one of your other top tier junglers. What are we left with? Lilia, very powerful. Both these junglers playing that a lot recently. Sejuani as well, if you want to go towards something like a Yone. Both these players, big Yone teams, I think. You don't necessarily think of Xiao, who's a big Yone player, but I think Yone, Sejuani, very powerful for both these teams, potentially. Aurora, one of Xiaohu's comfort picks, and the Dristanagon too.
I mean, Tristana is sometimes played into the Yone. Very strange bans, though. I mean, Skarner is still technically around, although I think it's less popular now. Kalista Varus? Do you let Varus through for pays? Ashe banned away. Do they think they have an answer to a first pick Varus? Lilia, we did talk about that being very powerful too. Now, do you pick into Sejuani Yone? Well, do you pick the Yone anyway? I think you kind of want the Yone. You don't want to play against Lilia Yone. And it might open you up for Sejuani Yone, even if it's bad matchup for Sejuani into the Lilia itself. Kalista making its way through the draft too. Alright, Kalista easy lock in for Weibo. Really? This early on? Maybe not wanting to give up a Varus Renata. Kalista Renata, though. What do you give up for these two? Do you give up Yone Varus? Well, I suppose it might have to be Varus plus a laning support now. Well, Varus is fine. What do you go with it? There's no Nico. Could go Rakan. Not necessarily the best combo there. Weibo. Really explosive bot lane that JDG will have to deal with. Erha, player of the game from game 1. Missing struggled a lot. What do you go here alongside the Varus? Do you need to... I think you have to lock it in now, right? Whatever your support pick is, I think you have to lock it in now. I mean, sure, Lilia Yone, very powerful, but now you are going to eat double support bans in second round, I think. And then you're going to have to deal with a Kalista Renata in a winning lane, potentially. That's a problem. Alright, Skarner comes in from TN. He's a good player of the champion. Choosing not to go towards something like the Sejuani. Of course, they don't have the Sejuani Yone now. So what do you ban away? Do you ban away Rakan? Do you ban away... I mean, I don't think you care about the Braum as Kalista Renata because it's melee and sort of double ranged. Karma. Yeah, Karma's a good lane winning support. There's no Nico now. I think you ban away Rakan. You ban away Rakan. JDG, they can ban away some mid lane champions from Xiaohu, maybe? Yep, Ryze one of them. What else has a good matchup into the Yone? Well, the Ahri's gone. That's normally okay. The Talia's fine too. What does Xiao even go now? Because he doesn't have the Aurora or the Azir either. He's not had the widest champion pool of Xiaohu so far. Nautilus banned away from missing. Yeah, Varus Nautilus would have been fine too. I guess they do technically have... Well, I could go for Rakan, but I don't think... Yeah, no, Nautilus would have been better, actually. I don't think Braum is very good versus Renata. I think Braum really struggles versus the range support. You think J4 is a mega pick here for Weibo instead of the Skarner? I think you died too quickly is the problem. Ooh, JDG missed a ban. Is that going to be Champion Select falling through? Is this just more pressure on JDG? That looks like just a genuine missed ban from JDG. I don't know, man. The pressure mounting on Jingdong Gaming. It has been a bad day at the office for them. Bad week, let's be honest. And the Champion Select, I suppose, will be remade. Alright. Well. That's one way to slow down things. May have been communications, may have been peripherals. Man, some empty seats there. I'm surprised they let them remake it. It depends why they missed it. Did they miss it because of genuine error? You know, human error? Or was it because of not hearing properly, something not selected properly, client error? That's fair, Ed. Yeah. Braum Shield does work against the hostile takeover if you do want to go towards that later, for sure. Well, sit tight, folks. Just presume we'll be looking to see what the issue was. The coaches are still talking. Presume they can just remake the draft if that's the case. Doesn't look like anyone's intently doing too much. They should ban the Renekton. They saw what they picked. Yeah, that's actually a problem, because if they pick that Renekton and then it's a remake, they should have... that could be a problem. That could be a problem, because Weibo showed that they wanted to pick the Renekton there. Do they ban that as their second ban for round 2 then? We'll get to that point now. We'll see what the second ban is from JDG. Unless they already... I think they would have had to declare what their ban should have been to the referees as they missed it. We did have a genuine misban just the other day, though, which is why things are a little bit in question. Oh, well. Let's get back into it. Should be same up until that missed ban for JDG. And I guess at that point, we see whether it stays or not. Alright, so this is the same. And then it was the Yone and the Varus on 2-3 from JDG. Surprised it's taken this long to go, actually. What, excuse me? Excuse me? We okay here? Anivia? So, I was hearing about this the other day. There is a bug on pick 3 and 4 on some tournament realms, but it's not consistent. It might actually be this might actually be a bug on that. This might not be a JDG error. I was hearing about there being some bugs in Champion Slides. First time I've seen it, so we'll be remaking again. And if it was that just mistakenly locked in that time? Well, whatever. I'm eating a cream egg. Congratulations on the cream egg. Thanks. I'm a big enjoyer of it. Yeah, here we were watching Anivia picked on Onivia's channel. Yep. Well, third time's the charm. Who's the guy that keeps popping up on the Anivia highlights video? That's Onivia. That's the person behind the channel. That's the person which is behind the channel. To do some, you know, visually transformative stuff, so it gets past some, like, YouTube TOS stuff. So, as far as we're aware, everything should be same up until pick, ban 5 for JDG. It's Varus, then Yone. Shahu would then lock in the Skarner. The bans were Nautilus and and Karma from Weibo. JDG banned Rise and then failed to ban. So there should be Karma. This should be Rise. This was Nautilus. And is there going to be a last ban from JDG? Was it a bug? If there's a ban here, it was a bug in the first champion set. And indeed it was. The Yorick banned away. They must have communicated that beforehand. Weibo locking the Orianna this time. Remember last time on 4, they locked in Renekton before the champion select fell apart. Sion has made his way through the draft. I suppose the Yorick ban kind of does signal that you want to go towards this. I suppose Breed to go towards Jace's last pick now. And they need a support for missing. They need a support that can actually survive Kalista Renata. Do you go Rakan? Do you go Braum? Varusrel, I think it's quite risky. Can be okay. I didn't see Herald's Loki play yesterday, but yes, the Herald escape from Hacker is one of my very favorite plays in LPL history, for sure. Finally, we get ourselves the last picks of our draft. Rel for missing gives them some engage that they sorely lacked last game. Ooh, that'll be fun. It's not good into Sion, I will say, by the way. It survives the lane, but it actually does nothing late game against the Sion. Well, maybe you could just wave clear. Maybe your job is not to kill the Sion. I mean, I'd love to see it. Come on, Breathe. Give us something fun. Come on. Breathe goes towards the Ambassador. All right, all right, all right. So, Breathe's Ambassador has arguably been the best Ambassador within the LPL. I think it's between him, maybe even, well, Shanji's has some good games too. But I think Breathe's Ambassador has been utterly game-changing. Finally, we get ourselves into game. Let's load ourselves into it, folks. It has been a bit of an extended wait to get into this game. Of course, JDG down 1-0 against Weibo. First game, I didn't like their draft particularly. Felt like they lacked engage options. This one, hopefully, is a lot easier for them. Mid-jungle makes sense. Sion makes sense with the carries that they have. So I'm buying space for Lilia and for the Varus, technically the One as well, to just have an extra round of cooldowns. It's not a bad draft from JDG, and we've kind of been worried about that recently. Now, does that change the gameplay on the Rift? They changed coaches, does not change the key, but the key presses. Weibo on the other side changed out of support, and things looked a lot better for them. Let's get ourselves into it. Well, and we'll see whether the JDG crowd wakes up either. No Gyos in that first game. That famous Fan Chan leader. Not blessing us with a voice. Let's see what we've got now. There we go. He's doing 5, Greedy. Greedy there, Mr. Fan Chan leader for Weibo. Okay, game 2. What are the winning lanes? Top lane's a little bit weird. Normally expect Ambassador to do good trades, but Sion does have very good wave control most stages of the game. Ooh, can't kill the ward itself. Oh, this is an important ward kill here in bot side, actually, from Air and Light. Because you want to be able to sit in the brush as well and not be able to be under threat of the double range. In terms of the ward war at level 1. Ward on Raptors traded. Getting control over the bot side. Bit of a wash. I suppose Weber come out slightly ahead depending on how they work in this bot side. Missing looking for the mount up. Gets that movement speed to run towards people with the mount up, of course. Can get hand shook out of a crash down at level 1, which is what's dangerous, of course. And this is the problem with not having those wolves in the brush. Auto attack, dip into the brush. Get rid of that shield. Gets his... Oh, not great from Air there, actually. Gets his bone plating pops and then eats the E after it falls off. So Pays, rather, doing a good job there. Eats another free auto attack. Double E, that's better. Getting that double E, very important at level 1. It's a hell of a lot of damage at level 1. It doesn't scale well, but does very well at this level of the game. I've been enjoying watching Air. Of course, he's not, the perfect support, but it's potentially what Waver needed. Complete control over the spot side. Level 2 hit. This is the first pierce the game does light. Control over bot side. Xiaohu pushing in mid. Does mean that Shun doesn't get the ability to go Raptors to Raptors or something like that, which is often one of the bigger play patterns for the Lilia. Tian clearing very quickly through the top side. Onto his 4th camp already. Of course, Shun's quickest camp as a Lilia is that Raptors. Ala, knowing he won't have cover from his jungle, we'll just make sure that he's safely collecting the wave under turret. Scout. So look, the early levels for a Yone, not the easiest. Doesn't want to be missing a cannon here. Good trade from Xiaohu. Xiaohu, of course, notable Orianna player over time. When they reached World Finals in 23, Orianna was one of the big reasons for that. Now just getting some free auto attacks down. Already the lane pressure on bot side a little bit rough. JDG spotting out Raptors. Ooh, is there an angle here? Picks up the rock. If he picks here, this will kill. This will kill if he gets it. The flash is not in the right direction. Gets out of the initial stun, but Tian does a bit of a U-turn. Gets picked up an easy first blood, and then will head towards topside scuttle. Scout loses the flash. And honestly, Xiaohu's early laning phase, pivotal to that. Missing, maybe looking for a flash. Gets the cleanse out of light. And the flash too. Needs to be a little bit careful now. Ignite drop down. Heal maybe a little bit too late. Triple summon is out from light and air. And now the problem is, Tian is not here to cover potential of Shun looking for a kill. Light just chooses to go for the reset. Air will die here. It's just a question of how quickly it'll come in. Teleport comes through. Then maybe things are a little bit different. Good response here from Weibo. Xiaohu had gone for his reset anyway. Picks up the wave bot side. Kalista will pick it up mid, and then they'll switch lanes after that. So Xiaohu will quickly clear out this wave. Light will do the same on... Ooh, stops the recall there too. That's important. Nice. Cool. Stopping recalls like that in the early lanes, very important. Minute and 30 until Dragon. We might see that there's the resets of Varus trying to make sure that the Varus isn't matched up against the Kalista early. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Man, Tian first item, Giant Splawl. Yikes. Getting a first back Giant Spell, very unlikely to get a lot of the time. You often don't save up that amount of gold, but it's a very quick first blood. Wow, bot lane's very quickly going to mid lane. The reason that we see these bot lanes in mid lane at 5 minutes, which we normally see them at 10 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever, is because Xiaohu went towards bot side to collect a wave. You don't want to be dropping waves in early game, especially not early game. So the easiest way for Weibo to pick up farm was, whilst also keeping Airher alive, teleport to defend Airher, Light covers mid lane, and we'll figure out the extra swap after that point. Light goes towards that dragon. JDG not really in a position to contest. This will be a very quick dragon. Xiao staying in bot side, making sure that he can still match up against the Yone. He's up a good amount of CS, 20 CS early on. Breathe, even in top side. You do have 900 gold if you have full clear and take a grub with take a grub without buying potion. Oh crap, not grub. I was like, not sure about that. Still, Tian feeling really good about his first back to the game. Grub's now started up. Missing, I don't think he spots out Tian here. A bit of a problem. Handshake landed there. I think that was actually a dead rel, you know. Has no flash, of course. Goes for the combo. Pays could potentially look for a play here. Sion goes for the play, but Tian had flash anyway. I mean, I guess maybe it secures the grubs. Breathe getting the honey fruit to get himself more HP to fight with. Now, what's the play here? Airhead does have that flash, might need to go and flash, and no level 6 just yet. 2-1 in terms of the grubs. Tien, does he have the W? Dodges out the Swell Seed. Waiting for the W cooldown if he can help it. Chooses to flash anyway. Breathe, maybe. Could have gone for an ultimate big play there, because Sion, no HP. Oh, no HP. No ultimate, no HP. Xiao trained really well against Scout, you know. Oh, ults away. Xiaohu, complete control over this matchup. Xiaohu, he was the mid laner of last week of games. Doing very well. Hang on, level 6 for Shen, that's a problem. Scout does miss out the stun on Tien, though. Ah, now do they get the stun through the wall? He gets over that. Ah, losing the lilting lullaby like that, your first of the game. Not exactly what you want. And now, hang on a second. There's no Sion ult. No Yone ult. Breathe has his ultimate. Light, I think you can go for a big play here, can't you? No lilting lullaby. A little bit late. Breathe potentially could have made himself a bit more of a nuisance. Remember, missing no flash. Oh, there's definitely one kill coming in here, surely. Really? Can't commit further to the play. The cooldowns of the Ambassador early, kind of nastily long. Goes to the ult now anyway, gets out of the next queue. Missing has a shield though. Maybe they've misplayed it a little. Breathe doesn't have the extra damage. Do they have the bailout? They do. Is it enough? They get themselves a kill and the bailout. Breathe doesn't go down, and JDG, they misuse so many summoners early on, so many ultimates early on, rather, that Weibo managed to get a big play in this early game. It takes a long time for them to find it. Breathe misses a wave to tower while he's hanging about in that topside jungle. You know, Light is now 500 gold ahead. He's had a good day. Shun doesn't get to stick around for everything that he wants to either, I don't think. And again, it just feels like JDG are panicking. They don't look like they're all on the same page. They're misusing a lot of their big abilities. I mean, this is even with Light taking a bunch of damage for free, missing his Pierce. But so many ultimates have been used poorly that Weibo have plenty to work around. Sure, not bad on the Lilia to get some good damage in here. Next Q lands nothing, though. The bailout goes on to the Ambassador instead of the Callisto, which makes perfect sense here, right? Save the Rend for the bailout to have value. Shun loses his flash here, too. I'm sure Yone has nerfed. Yone did have the changes to his E on this patch. Not this patch, a patch ago. Or a couple. Where if you take CC, he can't cleanse it with his E anymore. So you will take... You still snap back, but you take the CC afterwards. 1.5k lead is not the end of the world. The thing is, it's at a 9-minute timestamp. That's the problem, really. Okay, Man HL saying in chat, his first remake was JDG can't select the 5th ban. Second remake is the wrongly selected Anivia. Anivia pick. Right, thank you, appreciate that. Minute till Dragon. Weibo with some really good control at this point in the game. I'm a little bit worried as to what happens with the Sion later on, but then again, Callista's actually pretty good at tank killing. Scout is down an unreasonable amount of CS. 35 CS. We'll go down to about 30 if he collects the wave, but we'll see if that happens, right? Has ult, has flash. Has a bit of attack speed. Xiaohu looking for maybe one more. Oh, good wave play there. Good ult on target. Low HP now. Tien, I guess, just here to make sure that Xiaohu can safely push in. Airhead doesn't have flash, but he does have the Callisto ult now. Missing. Ah, now maybe he's caught out. He does have flash. Tien, does he go for the Impale? Force it for the flash? No, chooses not to. Maybe too important coming up for the next fight. Swell speed. Hits onto Tien. Xiaohu having a great game so far, by the way. Scout teleporting towards bot side. And he'll try and pick up as much as he can. Breathe pushing in top. Has teleport. No flash, of course, use that in the Fracka top side. Dragon started and likely to be uncontested here. So that is second objective for Weibo. If they get another kill and another objective, that will be the Feats of Strength Pays. Has no flash, and that is a Callista jumping at the face. That'll be a Rend pinned in place by the hostile takeover. That's why you hate playing against the Callista when they get ahead. They are an engaged champion, and they fling their support in like a Pokeball. Grubs gonna get taken by Shun. Sion gonna use that ultimate to reset the lanes. 5-1 in Grubs. They're Weibo just happy there's no 6 Grubs on the side of JDG, and I think they're happy with that. 2-kill Kalista. This is one of the worries about, you know, letting the Kalista Renata go over without a laning duo that can stand up to them. Light and Erha pulled ahead of the game, got early value, and now that Kalista is ahead, it is very hard to stop them. When Kalista is ahead of the game, what do? I mean, for the last while, we've not really been able to see Light play like this, because Hung was playing quite poorly. Her coming in, we were worried. Well, they didn't focus on him the first series he came in with against NIP. But now, it looks like he's settling in a little bit more. Light can you know, play through laning phase maybe a little bit more too. Maybe using his W a little bit earlier there to repudiate. Has the Eclipse though. Pei has been such a crucial member of JDG. Doesn't feel like he's been given the best platform in the last game or two. Yes, Varus, high prior pick, but you do need to be winning the 2v2 as well. Well, not be getting blasted in a snowbally 2v2. Tian, still ahead in gold in the jungle matchup too, worth noting. Shun has a historically, I think it's something 24-11 or 24-14 games. Wins and losses between him and Tian. Tian, of course, one of the better regional junglers within the LPL. Shun, of course, having the BLG buff in the last few years, though. Really helped amp that up. Oh, missing. Has flash. The flash handshake misses. Tian, does he go towards the impale? He does, and he forces the flash out. Missing. Being punished an awful lot. I think he's probably one of the players I think has been looking the most uncomfortable for JDG. It's hard to play well as a support if you don't know where people are meant to be on the map and you're a little less organized. Perhaps at the reason being due to that coaching change. Perhaps. Hard to read into all of it, of course. Shun looking towards a lilting lullaby potentially in bot side. There is a flash and breathe. He uses it well. Gets out of that decimating smash and the swell seed. Missing no flash. Phase rush by Xiaohu. He can actually walk up to Scout too. He feels so good about this game so far. He's not going towards the Rod of Age build. He's up again 25 CS. Gets another great trade onto the Yone actually. Gets a shield from the Renata. Xiaohu playing out the individual matchup very, very well, and Scout has been held back. Now, he will still be an engaging threat later on. JDG do have a good composition. They have good ways to start fights. Oh, Pays. Pops that Ghost Plate. Is safe. Kind of spooky, though. Every time you see that Kalista has ultimate, and there's dark vision either side of the mid lane. Because Skarner uniquely able to pass through those walls and punish you. Heartsteel for Tian. Liandry's for Shun. Very powerful items in their own right, of course. Dragon up in a minute and a half. Herald up in a minute and a half. Weber have the first part of the feats of strength for 3 kills. Another objective with Dip. That, of course, the first turret as well. With Xiaohu winning so heavily through side lanes, that's definitely helped them chip down these turrets. You know, the ults onto Scout under tower has been working well. This is a little bit sad to see for JDG, because I think Scout has had a wonderful split so far. I think he's been playing well on JDG, and I think that often he's a player which I learn a lot about the game from, because I see the way that he moves around the map. Macro-wise, he's a very intelligent mid laner. Tian. Off of vision, going towards bot side, walking towards Xiaohu's winning lane. Missing's here, doesn't hang on a second. Missing doesn't have flash. Could be a problem. Cash down fails. I don't think they even need to use the shockwave. Missing caught out again. Missing in action. JDG support struggling today. Tian's still around on the bot side of the map now. There's no one to stop him from going towards this. You know, in a straight 1v1, I'd even put Skarner winning that against the Yone right now. Stupid champion it is, and Yone being behind in the game. It's a Heartsteel stack for the Skarner too, which you'd like. It's actually a very easy game to get Heartsteel stacks off of. You can get them against Yone, Rel, and Sion. Not too hard. First turret of the game going to go towards Weber, and that will be the feat of strength. Xiaohu's laning really opening this up. Dragon now potentially here for Weibo. Scout's teleported back in. Is he powerful enough to really change much? Remember, Weibo didn't use their ultimates to kill off Missing. Missing doesn't have flash. Is warded out on this blast cone. So they'll know that Missing's coming in here. Airhead does have potential of the handshake. There it comes. Ooh, Impale misses though. That's important. There is still a shockwave. Does that change things? Missing. No flash still. Ultimate comes through from the Swirl Seed. Scouts, do you want to go towards that? No. There's also a cleanse coming through from Airhair. Does look like Dragon's going to go to the side of JDG. Airhair's thrown in. Scout flashes out and the shockwave is flashed out of 2. Scout goes in for an ultimate, but I think he's out for the fight. He does die. Dragon for a kill. JDG will take that given how hard that situation was looking for them. I think Weibo low roll on the play. Still think Weibo in very much control of the game. 2 dragons, good leads across the map. Not getting themselves an early soul point when they have the Kalista team will be a bit annoying, but they'll definitely have chances towards that later. 2,000 gold ahead in the mid lane. The big loss here for JDG is actually Scout using his teleport and dying, so we can't immediately get gold elsewhere. This Yone is not going to be that useful. It's so sad. Given that, you know, when LNG with Scout went through that undefeated Swiss stage of Last Worlds, a lot of that was through Scout being very, very good on Yone. Very good on Yone. He was a hell of a player Last Worlds. Very important to his team. Of course, going on to JDG. Different outfit, but keeping up a good level of form still. Shun, good double Swirl Seed there. He's been playing well this game, actually. He's behind an individual goal, but he's been threatening well. I don't think this game is on him from JDG. Now, Missing does have flash for this fight. That could be an issue. There's no... I actually don't know whether Weibo should be going towards this. That's a big missed Var Assault, though. Is that a problem? Not great terrain for Weibo. They don't have the hostile takeover, and they don't have the Fate's Call. Caught by another Swirl Seed. Does have... He might give up his life for this one. Scout goes in. Does he have enough? Missing goes in for his combo. Here comes Breed on the Impale. Is wonderful. There is a kill onto the support, but is that enough? Tien will live. It's a 1-for-1 in a fight where really Weibo should have been losing that. There is a shockwave still available for Xiaohu. The Herald's still alive. Tien will have to go, I guess, I don't know, can he heal enough for Grubs? I don't think so. Tien on the top side hits level 11, does get a little bit of health back. Scuttle Crab goes down. I think Xiaohu is the most powerful person on the Rift now with most of these ults down. Scout does have his ults. Lilting Lullaby up in 5 seconds. JDG stepping on the knife's edge. Flash from Allah has the blast going to get in position 2. I think JDG needs to be really careful about shockwaves, though. Shockwaves are really nasty here. Maybe needs to use a shockwave to cancel out that Q. Gonna be safe for now. Remember that ultimate now from the Lilia. Back up. Airhair back up on the board as well. And he also has his ultimate. Herald's gonna go over. So Weibo fail on their first chance at... Well, no, they do already get the feat strength for that first tap. Not the best fights the last couple of minutes from Weibo. I feel like JDG have actually outfought them a lot by and large. The ultimate's not necessarily all in a row from Weibo. Remember, while all this is happening, JDG do have the 5 grubs. It's much easier for them to... Hang on a second. A lot of damage is missing. Tien needs to be a little careful here. Any CC onto him would be very... Oh, Shockwave stops it. Oh, he gets the straight kill. Oh my god, Xiaohu. 2,000 gold ahead. Someone told Xiaohu it's spring. The Emperor of Spring. Riz has had a little bit. Player of the week last week for his role in mid lane. Not often we've talked about Xiaohu on an individual level as much as in the past, of course. Really turns up for the big games and then kind of snoozes a little bit before then, but this has been a good series from him so far. Natsukan spawning. Is the Voracious form in the top side. Shun on top side. Breathe dodges out on that. Remember, there is a Lilting Lullaby. He has the flash. At best, this is going to be ultimate of a flash blown by Breathe. Chooses not to anyway, though. Now, actually, I actually wonder whether there's a bit of an overstep here. There are members going topside from Weibo. And they feel very strong right now. Shadow Flame for Xiaohu. Imagine having a Rod of Ages at this point instead of something like the Shadow Flame. You know, Airhair a little bit caught out. This is without the Kalista ultimate, without the ultimate from the Renata as well. The Impale saves this fight. This should have gone a lot worse for Weibo. Like, a lot worse. Tien has an extra shield. He makes it out alive. Whatever. And then there's this play. This is nasty as hell. Misses out the QW. So maybe Pace thinks he's fine. Gets hit with a Q. Scorch goes on. And then just recalls... You just recalled next to the ball. Do you want a job as a bowling pin? Is that the play? Okay. Oh, out onto tower. Scout does get out with the ultimate, actually. Does he have Q stacked up? Tien maybe could have body blocked that. Or Breathe. Breathe out the flash. Should have been a free kill. Maybe had to use a flash for it. Dragon now spawning. Very strong Orianna to play around this. Maybe JDG should get an LDL support too. Missing was so good in 2023. Very much enjoyed watching his very good, quick, opportunistic style of play. Dragon started up. This will be soul points. Mountain Dragon on top of the tanky Skarner. The shields coming through from Xiaohu as well. Nasty. Wonder whether Pays actually feels like he should start building ahead towards a Serpent's Fang because of that. Herald spawn in mid lane. They do have 5 grubs, which help them with their tower damage. Charge will come through. Doesn't kill the tower, though. Tian is very tanky. Very tanky. Going towards the Unending Despair next. Scouts at Blade, but doesn't have a shield bow yet. He's very far behind the curve. My problem is now, you have to go very deep as Yone to get good value. You have to do that against a Renata, which already makes it difficult. A Mountain Dragon, Orianna shields. 2 very tanky, well, annoying members to deal with in the Skarner and the Ambassador. The Ambassador's not always strictly tanky, but you know what I mean, right? Mobile has the shield from the Repudiate. And then there's a bailout on top of that. So what I feel is, right now, Scout is not useful as an engaged champion. He needs to be benefiting off of Swell Seeds. It's kind of on Shun and Missing to get themselves the big plays. Shun's been struggling, but you know, you're a Rel. If you have Flash, you can make the game-changing play. Shun maybe can do something. Maybe. JDG, with 5 grubs, still yet to take a turret, by the way, which is a big problem. They went a lot towards those grubs. Normally, that's a thing which I love to see on teams with Scout. Scout is one of the best side lane turret-taking players in the world. Xiao's so fed. Atacom was briefly started up by Shun, but I guess it was for Q stacks. Swell Seed, tanked up by... hang on a second. Not sure about that one. Shun now down to half HP. Ambassador on bot side, pushing out that wave. Scout taking the Krugs, trying to pick up some gold for himself. JDG, they're on a bit of a timer. I think if Mountain Soul goes to Weibo, that's probably game. Your Varus hates playing against that, even if they get Serpent's Fang. It's very hard to find good Swirl Seeds as well. Your poke doesn't mean that much at that point. With people like the Skarner being so tanky as well, the Mountain Soul makes them even more ridiculous. Weibo, good control across most of the map, actually. 2 items to breathe. He's very, very strong. Xiaohu actually decided to upgrade the Spell Slinger shoes a little early. Gives him a little bit easier percent magic penetration, which you don't get easily from anywhere else. It's been very cool seeing Xiaohu have some very good games recently, folks. I think for a lot of people who started watching more recently, who didn't see 2016 RNG, and of course RNG 2018 winning the first MSI, and even in the last few years, of course, for those of you who started watching more recently, but even then, a couple of years now past, 22, 23 RNG teams going to MSI and winning them. 21 and 22, rather, sorry, on that front. It's so cool to see a player like Xiao who still have high tier moments later on. Now it is against a struggling JDG team who've just changed their coach, Tian. Ooh, maybe looking for a play. Chooses to cancel the Inkstyle's impact. Good slow play from JDG. They're trying to... I think what JDG are trying to do is they're trying to pull Weibo out of position around the Atacom, because JDG really need a power play. They need a big Sion ultimate. They need a big Lilia ultimate. Big Rel. But they're losing... They're kind of bleeding out until that happens. Oh, Shine needs to be a little bit careful here. Does have the flash. Now, the problem is, if Missing goes for a big play here, there's a teleport coming in. This is very well played from Xiaohu. They know that they're potentially in trouble. They do have a bailout here is the thing. They do have the bailout. Xiaohu, very well played. Not walking close to that brush. Spidey senses tingling. And they look for the play. Look, if Xiaohu walks there, that is the angle towards the Atacon. This is what they need to do. Rel recalls. Sion's still on top side. Has an alt angle, I suppose. Weibo with 3 turrets taken. Full control of top side of the map now. Al is still in this rush. They need to resort to smoke and mirrors. They're zooming in on this because it looks silly, but this is what they need to do. Blue buff taken away. 2 items for Tian. Very, very tanky. Minutes or dragon. And now the thing is, Weibo can do two things. They can take the Atacon and go to the dragon with the GA, or they go to the GA and say, look, we don't care that you put all of your resources into topside. If JDG had taken a fight, gone into the Atacon, and got the GA to fight this dragon next, that would have been the way back into the game for them. But Weibo too savvy for that, in this case. Xiaohu had a huge point of power, by the way. The Spellslinger shoes, the upgraded feats of strength boots, plus the blighting jewel, give him a good amount of percent penetration for this point in the game. Xiaohu is very fed. Gets rid of that celestial opposition on missing. That damage reduction down. Mid control coming forwards. Tien going forwards with the shield. Varus with the big stretch noises. JDG pushing out bot side, teleporting in there with the Scion. I guess they could take the tower, but taking the tower is not really worth it for them. Top lane turret's going to go down because Breed's going to have that. Get down, mate. Pays on the side is seen. 5 members of JDG strong towards this. Handshake lands onto Arla. Dragon goes lower. Pays over the wall. Breed's here now. Teleports in after taking that tower. Ren stack's starting to come up. This is a problem, JDG. You can't allow this to come through. You need to force an engage before the Ren comes through and the Mountain Soul comes through. Here comes the Scion. Here comes the hostile takeover. It is magnificent! The Shockwave comes through and somehow the smite fails. Missing goes for engage. Is it enough? Is it enough? Squeeze slow to Gilliby. It's up to 5 people. Breathe clears through it though. And Yone starts to go forwards. Is it enough? Do they have the damage? Weibo, they lose the dragon. They must take the fight. Arla tries to buy time, but can't do so. But they do manage to kill off the Ambassador in the backline. Weibo, from such a good position, failed to take the dragon and JDG outplay. 5,000 damage. Shun with a magnificent sleep. I thought the hostile takeover would be the end of it. But JDG playing a lot better around that. Weibo have now failed 2 chances to get Mountain Soul. And they lose the fight there, arguably, too. I mean, the HP bars were really not looking too happy. Shun, fantastic play from him on the Lilia. It's one of the reasons this Lilia has been so important here in the LPL. Allows you to have much better carry performances. So what happens here? Arla gets a good he gets a good ult to reposition himself into the front line. Yone gets a distracting ult, but Pays is not attacked by anything. I mean, the Impale's okay, but they don't manage to capitalize on it that well. And this is a 5-man sleep. That's insane. Shun finds a great angle. Weibo, not been that impressed by that team fighting, I gotta say. Light does get a lot of value down. Yeah. Scout very nearly catching out Light there too, actually. I'm so surprised that with such a fed Orianna, with such good map positioning, that they couldn't walk away with more from that. Atacon now started up from Weibo. They have the Rend. How did they fail the Rend the last time too? Failing with the Rend, so crucial. Now they get on the Atacon. This one's going to go for free. And they might be able to use this to roll into the Baron is the problem. So, JDG doing well around that dragon. Missing. Still has flash. 10 going forwards. Could flash for the Impale. Doesn't want to trade for flash. They're missing. Angling a little bit. Has the Magnet Storm backup and available. Breathe. Also available for something elsewhere. Remember, 5 grubs for JDG. Maybe they sense that a player's on now. Scout has teleport. Ren getting stacked up on the Baron. The GAs from the Atacon. Gonna make this a lot harder for JDG to walk away with something. Inner turret being taken down. Was Xiaohu spotted there? I think he was. Arla not in a great position here, actually. Shun will have to try and get a flip against the Rend stack on the Baron. Here it comes. There it goes. Xiaohu engaged onto by Arla. Missing, looking for a flank. Gets the Magnet Storm down, but Xiaohu doesn't really care. He still has to withdraw, and Arla and Missing can't get the job done. And Breathe hits Pays. Now that is a bit of an issue. Starting to heal through the rest of the team. Scout trying to DPS. Peeling back for his AD carry. It's a 1 for 2, but then really one of them is the withdrawal, so who really cares about that? Light stacking up the lethal tempo still. All 5 members with the Baron buff. JDG taking inner turrets, but with the kills going over. That Baron buff will tide Weibo now over to a 3rd chance at Mountain Dragon. This time they actually do get that smite into objective control from the Callista. Orianna is so useless here? No, I don't think so. I think what we've been seeing is it's been very nice to have the shields around, and also it just means that the enemy front line can't, the enemy back line has to position very, very defensively right. Look here, the ball there means that Pays and Shun can't walk forwards in the way that they want to. That's where it's useful. Sam brought me a coffee from a place very nice near us. Oh, lovely. Now Weibo walking forwards with the Baron buff. in the mid lane. Missed out a handshake there. Both the carries of Xiaohu and Light haven't died yet from Weibo. Pushing in from side lane. Scout has the 5 grubs. We're using that to push in top side. Has a QSS now as well. Important against that hostile takeover. Tower taking in bot side. Breathe. Getting to the point with level 16 at Death Stance where, honestly, they don't really care that much about, yeah, the Scion. Doesn't have flash. Taking out the turret very quickly here. Inhibitor turret for inhibitor turret trade. Weibo have a lot of members here, though. The Atakan's still available for another 10 seconds. Inhibitor turret for inhibitor full taken by Weibo. Advanced congratulations to LCK on winning MSI Worlds. These are two teams that have gone through big changes on either a roster side or a organization side, right? Coach gone from JDG, support change from Weibo. We have another double round robin to go. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff to learn about both these teams on their upper end still. Feats of strength coming in for Weibo too, which is kind of nasty. Light with the increased, the upgraded Berserker Greaves. Xiaohu built towards a Crypt Bloom, actually. Not towards the full Void Staff. Maybe thinks he has enough with, well, I mean, he'll one-shot Pays pretty well. Can they get rid of that Spell Shield on Pays? Quite hard to reach the Varus. Missing. Has Flash. Has the Magnet Storm. They spot him, though. And they separate out. Rend going on to the Dragon. Scout across to the side. Can they stop the Rend this time? They must stop the Rend. Can they? They CC up the Kalista and they lose the Dragon again! The kills come through. Scout gets onto the backline, but Xiaohu is safe for now. How do they keep messing up the Kalista combo? Flash forward for a Q. Light will survive just about. But Weibo, how have you failed this again? The Shockwave even goes wide. Oh, Weibo, how have you managed this one? Handshake lands in. Breathe. Potentially able to turn this around. Scout charging up the cube. Going to go forwards again. Doesn't have the ultimate. Is that going to be enough? Good damage coming through onto the Scion, but is it going to be enough? Recalls now coming through from the side of Weibo. Oh, Weibo. You have to stop your Kalista getting CC'd for that Rend coming through. Scout sees an angle. Flash away. Airhead flashing forward, trying to look for a handshake. Gets an arrow onto him, and he's going to go down very easily. Then now they have no bailout. They're corralled. There's just so many different arrows. The Scion comes back up. Breathe trying to kill Shun, but he has a Zhonya's. Weibo have thrown the game in only a way that Weibo could achieve. Breathe, not really left much for him left to do here. Dies to the Death Stance. Weibo, do not press the Rend key on Light because he's CC'd. That is how JDG have outplayed the Kalista Smite combo. Erha should have been stood in front of the Kalista. Die for it if you have to, but you have to make sure the Kalista is not CC'd so they can press their E button at the same time with the Smite. Tien getting out-smoked by Shun. Shun, great play from him on those smites. Of course, lost those smites against JDG the other day, making up for a little bit of something. And now the question is, can Weibo defend? Can they defend? Arla coming forward. Great hostile takeover. It's multi-man. Scout goes forward and he has a QSS. He'll survive. He'll kill Lights. With Kalista going down, the towers will fall soon after. We'll have ourselves a 3-game series. JDG, bring us to a game 3. And Weibo, how the hell did you throw that one? It's beyond me, folks. It's beyond me. Throwing 2-3 Kalista smites. It's just not... It's not what you expect from a team of this caliber. It's not what you expect, is it? Well, I think Shun's smite key was good. I think they played around the objectives well, but I don't think JDG should be happy with that game either. I don't think should be happy with it. They fell very far behind. I think that Weibo lost that game rather than JDG winning it. Weibo, another team that is struggling a little bit, right? I think a lot of their team fights in this game were very poor. And that's a problem. That is a problem. Well, there goes our short day. And we'll get ourselves a potential... Well, see what happens after that. Thank you for the 5 gift on, by the way, Ruby Spiders. Means an awful lot. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, ain't that a way to... Ain't that a way to continue the day? I don't know, man. Ridiculous. Missing will be proud. Weibo were missing Drakes? Yeah, they were. Funny how that works. Oh, that is depressing to see, though, from Weibo. They should be better than that. They should be better than that. Yeah, that goes our short day. Oh, here I was hoping it'd be a quick 2-0 so I could go spend some time with Angie. Well, I mean, I can still, but... bit annoying. Whatever. Okay, I need to go put some adverts on because they're currently... They missed the Ren Smite combo 3 times. That's just not okay. It's just not okay. Right, I'm going to run some ads on Twitch and I'll leave you with the highlights and the MVP. Oh, I don't know about this one, folks. Player of the game? I mean, I think Shun, it has to be, right? I think Shun did very well in a lot of this game. It's Shun or Pays, one of the two. They played well. Alrighty, I'll go leave you alone for a little bit. I'll go rest my voice. Duocast in German. Could get Angie to do that maybe.
业的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Waiting for a big drop, I can bet what happens next, babe. Hungry for the drama, kind of prima donna, acting like your mama, yeah. I'm not your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. But I'm sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. I know you want it more.
Yeah, everyone, I'm back in greater number. Should I turn the volume down? I should have turned this down, I shouldn't. I have my clip for today, so I'm trying to post like a short video every day in the hopes that some of them go viral and I can actually get some social media presence and stuff. I think the one which I do now is I do the Pays one, the Pays bowl, his audition to be a bowling pin. Hey, hello, I'm back. Yes, the bowling pin comment. It's just, I don't need every clip to be excellent. Like, not everything is going to be a nexus to nexus like the other one, but that was just very funny, honestly. Okay. What did I miss? What is it? Who wins game 3? Oh, who knows, man. It should have been Weibo in game 2, right? But obviously that wasn't the case there. Wait, where's my... Turn this down a bit. But I should just keep doing this in the break, right? The, putting like some short videos on. I mean, most of you have probably seen all of them before, haven't you? But you're gonna suffer through them again. It means that I don't have to watch everything again, right? I don't have to like not watch everything. I have to do the thing. What's this? What do we have?
Welcome back to the LECI, and we're stupid. I'm stupid.
Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. I need to clip out the stuff from that game show.
I'm a hot dog. She's a hot dog. Hot dog. I've been shouting so much, my voice is getting husky. What? Lucky Kaiser!
What gave it away?
The ignite.
That was the that game show. The thing I did there.
Look at him. You see, I'm a very dedicated player of the champion, and I'm upset.
What else have I got here? Oh, this was insane. This was Breed's Kaiser. This is Breed's Ambassador, right?
Just go straight out, stepping through him, but I think he might still die. Still gets a few with him. Oh my days, Omni, man. He's breathing heavy, he's breathing hard. The rest of EDG are breathing.
I guess like a 10,000 damage team fight from like quadruple infernal.
800 damage team fight because they have 4 infernal dragons buffed up by a ruinous Atakan.
That was fun.
Okay, it was bad. Okay, oh, Scout.
Oh yeah, this one.
Scout.
That was before we had the compressor, so.
Decides to put some ordnance into the brickwork instead of flesh. Scout makes it out alive.
I want to see the clicks. Give me the POV.
so I can see Shanks click the turret. Was he out of range? I don't think he was.
He wasn't out of range. He flashed Rip, and he didn't have target champions only on. He misses out on a solo kill first blood in mid lane because of a misclick.
I kind of want to scream.
Yeah, me too.
We asked him for something like that shit. I mean, Kazi, hang on, buddy. No! Paris misses, though! Kazi flashes away.
That's what Lucky Kaiser!
Oh, goes in! Kazi! Kazi!
What have you done, my son? What have you done?
I was about to praise him.
Okay, cool. I've got the second clip. Right, I have my clip for today.
Get spells out, and then he's like, hey guys, have you heard of a killer instinct? Well, I have a dying instinct. He just yeets himself into the enemy team.
It's like the hamster.
Hey, Alan Rickman was a good-looking bloke, so I'll take that as a compliment.
Time to go over the bridge onto the other side. He asked him for something like that shit. I mean, Kazi, hang on, buddy.
But I suppose that's just anyone with like a nose and long hair, though. Dark long hair. Oh, that was his flare. Oh, okay, we've already seen that. Oh, this was hilarious.
Exit gets the Galio out, but the rest of the fight now condensing as JJ and Shy go on to Ken, who flashes out, has the ability to go join in the villain's entrance.
That was great from Sam.
And they get free.
Okay, well, we'll get rid of that for now. Okay, let's go into, I suppose, what'll be our third draft. How about the Madrid tour for LEC? I'm not going to Madrid. I think it's only Desk going to Madrid. I'm looking forward to it, though. I mean, I think it's a great thing for the scene. Obviously, not everyone can go. I think it's only 2 days there in Madrid, right? I think it is. It was really fun getting to cast with Medic. I was really blessed to be able to cast with someone like them. And we have very similar senses of humor. And we can both be little shits when it comes to, you know, like stupid bits of grammar or jokes. We have very similar sense of humor. I like casting with them a lot. I only had the one time too, but it's been fun. Thank you, Ruby. Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought so too, Dark World. Weibo missed 3 Ren Smites onto Dragon for Soul. They should have won. It was a mega throw. That was a ridiculous throw. Well, time to see how this one ends up. JDG changing a coach. Weibo, they changed the support, and both of them had a bit of a stinker in this series in their lost games. Weibo should have won game 2 through 3 Ren Smite combos for a Mountain Soul. JDG in the first game kind of just outplayed on both micro and strategic level, really. Macro was okay from them, but the draft was hard. Last game, JDG had a good draft, and they struggled to play through that. Now the picks get a little bit harder to play around, because a lot of them are now gone. No Varus, no Callista from that last game, of course. I think that's a very important thing to note. Jace still available. Jace Yorick. And for our top laners who are very lane focused, can be very important there. Important? Yeah. So potent. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Dark World. I think Air has actually had a very good debut into the LPL, given that he was an emergency sub. First pick, Rise. Takes it away from Scout. Xiao, who one of the best Rise players in history too. He's had many years of success on that. JDG, what's their plan now? You can't go for something like the Kai'Sa Nautilus. Really? Is Nautilus early pick that important? There's still Leona. There's still Braum. Still Rakan. Unless you want to go towards something like Draven Nautilus later. I think the Jace is a good first pick. I don't get the early Nautilus pick, though. It is inherently counterable. Victor open? Yeah, Victor's very strong for these players, too. Oh my god, are we going to get JDG JVic? Yeah, Yorick into the Jace, that makes sense. It's the best matchup into that champion. Jace really hates playing against this, actually. Very surprised at the Nautilus early lock-in. Also worth noting that Yorick can do some very fun tech against the Nautilus where he drops down the Dark Procession to block the hook for someone else on the Nautilus because he goes into the wall. Pantheon locked in for Tien. And now you have double globals, which can go towards the Yorick lane. I think Weibo are just going to push with the Yorick, add Infinitum, and throw a Realm Warp and a Grand Starfall into his lane. What's the plan from JDG? Do you go towards Galio for the global for Scout to match the Rise? Or do you go towards something like the Victor instead? It's the way. All right, more towards that mage style. Sadly, no... You telling me we could have had Javik Dong Gaming? JDG, also known as Javik Dong Gaming. You'll only hear that here on the Nymaera Go stream. You're telling me we could have had that? Oh, we missed out on... Oh, no, sorry. We had to substitute out your Mage Twink for another one. Oh, God. Look, Hui's not bad. Scout's got some... Scout's got some good range on the Hui here. Flowers is almost every Worlds. The only times where Flowers is not in Worlds is when it's in China, because sometimes he has a soy allergy. Makes it very hard to have food in China. But he's almost always at every event ever, because he's very, very, very good. Which makes sense. Okay, so now support... Wow, Jarvan banned away from Shun. Of course, he was a very good Jarvan in the past. Went to Worlds Finals, of course, played it in the Game 5. Didn't work out for him, but he played it. Is Huiyan an Ionian champion? Yes, he is. Somewhat of a student of Jin, or contemporary. Both the Ionian artists. Zeri banned away from Pays. Yeah, that was very powerful against Invictus Gaming, of course, in Game 3. Shun, of course, was very, very good in the Wukong meta at 23, and bits of 24, of course. You can cancel out the Pantheon W with your ultimate quite well. Waver goes immediately for the Xayah. 8th anniversary, of course, for Xayah Rakan. Do they want to pick that up for Erha as well? There we go. Some Yaya Khan for Weibo, likely locked in here. The Lovers duo for Weibo, potent. Gives in some engage. And what I think likely Light and Erha will want to be doing is playing safely, wave clearing out mid lane and allowing the globals of the Pantheon and the Rise to go towards the Yorick's lane. Do we get Jin Hui? Oh, that'd be funny. I think the Draven's very good here, actually. I think the Draven should be the play. Pays Draven. Something he's played an awful lot of. Ooh. But we don't talk about hovers until they're locked in, of course, because stuff like this happens. I would like to see the Draven. As soon as I saw the Nautilus as that first pick for JDG, I thought it could be an option. Go towards the Jinx instead. So, a bit of long range. And now, if you manage to get a good Nautilus ult into a good Hui combo, Jinx will reset and run down the rest of the team. It is hard to play the Xayah versus the Jinx unless you have Flash. Very hard to, because you are outranged so heavily. They are held there quite often, Delga. And I'm pretty sure that MSI is being held in Canada, isn't it? So we literally have MSI in Vancouver. Alright, so Weibo. They have a composition that wants to head towards the Yorick's lane and help him split push. Other side, JDG want to pick people off from rotation and make sure that Jinx gets resets to run across the rest of the map. That's the play. I don't think JDG have a bad composition. I think that Nautilus and Wukong can find people out of position. Hui, long-range QW, long-range Jinx ultimate. Someone dies. So who's going to win? I don't know. Neither team has a very easy-to-play composition. I think Weibo have been executing worse on the whole, especially in mid and late game. Comes down to a lot of macro. And normally I'd say Scout is better at macro, but it's harder to play that when you've lost your coach and they're looking very unconfident. How much will Weibo be rocked by those Dragon Steals last game? This is close. Coming into today, we thought, hey, this could be close. Game 1, maybe we had some extra worries, especially with the early lead in Game 2. We thought it would just be a clean 2-0. Right. Time to find that out. I'm not actually sure who comes out ahead here. Maybe JDG. I think Pays has a really nice comp to play around here. Scout 2. Anyway, let's have some gameplay decide it. Where are our Jayo's crowd? The Weibo fan chant. It's been a little bit greedy today. We're doing 5 Weibo chants rather than 3, breaking the norms. Oh, that Jingdong Trao chant later. My icon in lung capacity. JDG outscales. They do in a strict 5v5, but when it comes to macro, maybe not. Because if Breathe gets ahead of Ala, you have a Pantheon jumping onto his lane, Pantheon stun into the Dark Procession, into everything, they die. You also have the same with the Realm Warp as well. Both the Pantheon and the Rise can go towards the Yorick's lane and make it living hell for the Jace. If Breathe gets ahead early, I think JDG may not have enough time to get online before they have to deal with Yorick in the side lane. That is how I think Weibo want to play the game. So, Shun and Ala, their goal is to make sure that the Yorick does not get too far ahead. Q start from Urha will get himself a bit of healing. One of the really annoying reasons for Rakan being very strong into stuff, even like the Nautilus. It's like you get those Qs on target, get the sustain from it. HP kind of nasty. Gets the hook onto the Xayah. Mind gaming a little bit with the Q heal, needing to be in melee range. Of course, happy 8th anniversary to Xayah and Rakan. I know they're not technically married, but they were released 8 years ago. I think 2 days ago now. How they've changed our game, haven't they? Shahu. Hard trade onto him by Scout. Ala has the level 2. Gets the phase rush. Of course, phase rush very common into the Yorick to make sure that you can not get pinned in place by the Morning Mist and the Dark Procession, kind of the cage coming after. Yeah, Minarinol, I completely agree. I think in 5v5s, JDG win. I think in split map, I think Weibo win. I mean, they have the globals, they have strong individual players. Champions, rather. But JDG, much easier for them to start a fight. Ooh, W comes out of that brush. Stop the recall, though. Because often what Jinx wants to do is get early control of a wave, get a little bit of farm, recall for an early cull. And then just stack it up. Get through to your mid-game hook misses. Ooh, maybe a chance if we can't go forward for a W there. I suppose maybe not with the Jinx not within range. Nice bit of poke there. Level 3 hit by Payson missing first. I was wondering whether that Feather Core was meant to rush the level 3 there too. They missed that out. Not onto the traps. The traps badly placed. And now actually Evo, hang, they get level 3 too. Missing's in trouble here. Where's the Feather going to come through from? Flash forward, an extra Q coming forwards. Light goes forwards with his own summoner too, and he still has barrier. Yes, Pace has himself the lethal tempo, but so does Light. Shun has himself the clone, has himself a flash, but I don't think you get through the barrier, and also Airher with his next Q cooldown heal. Do they see him? He's just over the wall. Goes forwards towards this great W flashes over. Barriers in as well. Is there a Q heal? Rakan needs to get in range. Saves his beloved Xayah. Rakan winning out in a 2v3 scenario on the bot side. Light and Airher make it work. Missing, and Pay's not comping up well enough. That's a problem. Missing now spotted on the other side. Can Hex flash over the wall. Hang on, Shao needs to be a little bit careful here. Uses that phase rush and his passive to get away. Missing? Just walking around the map. Now it's Lightner has time to recall and get back on. Missing's in trouble with JDG movie tagline. Yeah, but the traps missing here is huge. If they get the reset, obviously things massively change. Her flashing to keep vision on Missing makes a lot of sense there. Light comes back with full boots already. That's so nasty because for those of you that don't know, the reason why Xayah Rakan is so strong, and might be a trade up here first, we'll talk. No, okay, we're fine. The reason why Xayah Rakan is very strong is that when Xayah W's, Rakan gets to activate the bonuses from it. For those of you that don't know what Xayah W is, it's increased attack speed, extra damage on your auto attacks, but when you hit an enemy champion with an auto attack, you get an extra 30% move speed as well. Now what that means is that when Rakan jumps forwards and the W is active, he activates the move speed for Xayah. With the boots it makes it even more. They go for the dive and the root comes through. Light will survive with the help of some shields and some heals. Tien gets involved. JDG get absolutely blasted. And it's so hard to escape as Ira Khan when they get those early boots, when they get that W active. The amount of move speed, you can't run from it, and it means that you can't escape the roots either. It's so nasty. And yes, Rakan also has increased range on his E as well, which helps him go in and out much easier. But the big thing for laning phase is that if you both start W at level 1, both of them get the attack speed, the movement speed, and Rakan can activate the movement speed, which sometimes Aya can struggle to activate on her own. I think Air has been doing really well, folks. For someone who is effectively an emergency substitute, they're doing so well. We were worried about Weibo. And reminder here, folks, Weibo win this game, much like they should have won the last game. Then they'll go to 3-3, and JDG will be there too. There was a point where, I mean, I was being told by Rafa, saying that potentially JDG were the best team in the league. And that was before they reached any of the top teams. Then they lost to FPX, then they lost to IG. Might be losing the Weibo here too. Maybe we should check in with him at some point. Curious. Tien does have flash. There's no flash on missing. And the hook's blocked out on as well. No W hitting onto Airhead. There's a lot of damage with the Ignite. Is going to kill with the last tick. The Guardian comes through and Airhead lives. Pays so close, but no cigar. And no Rakan either. Put that on your pipe and smoke it. Light 2-0-1. Tien 1-0-1. Weibo crushing the bot side of the map. And also Breathe winning the individual matchup on top side. Because of course he is. He's a Yorick versus the Jace. Robson started up. Shun used his flash earlier. Gotta feel pretty bad to be Shun. Hang on a second. He could be in a bit of trouble here, actually. Smite will come through from Shun, and he's probably... yeah, he had to be a little bit careful there, because Breathe could have used that Q to kill off. Nautilus in the area. No 6 for... Oh, hang on. If his phase rush runs off, that's a bit of a problem. Next time that Arla goes for a trade now, won't have that phase rush for play around the map. Tien can go towards the level 6, take the Raptors, and then be on call with his global. Cole stacking up for both AD carries. So there's no extra added bonus coming in from that. Tier 2 boot speed up built up by Breathe. Obviously very important for melee versus range. Especially against one which has the acceleration gates and the phase rush. Scout slightly ahead of Xiaohu, but much of a muchness really. Ryze will still have the global. He's not far enough behind for it to matter. Light zoning off Pays from farm in mid lane. That is a problem. Normally Jinx is so long range that it doesn't matter for that. Hang on, missing. Mate, gotta be a little bit careful there. It's alright. Pays coming over. Could go for a W there. Breathe hard trade onto him by Arla. Of course, he has the sustain though from his cube. There's last rights. Also has his biscuits as well. Looks like he just wants to clear this out. That's why he's using his HP as a resource. That's a term I really like using. You'll notice that. HP as a resource. I think it's a very good concept, right? As long as your HP is above 0, you can keep doing stuff. So, you know, play to those limits. If you have extra HP, if you're meant to be tanky, and you don't actually ever get hit, you're actually not using the items that you built. You get what I mean? You get what I mean. Oh yeah, Jace also gets the movement speed from the form change too. Acceleration gate and that. And oh, gets caught it. This is now a bit of a problem though. It does hit him away. We'll make it through. But still. When you get to the late game and there's more hits on that, because when you level up the Dark Procession, which is the cage, it has more HP, goes from 2, and then per rank it gets, and goes up to 5 hits max, I think. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah. It goes up to 5 HP, I believe, at max. And it gets really hard to escape. In very late game, even very high attack speed carries can't get out of it very easily. Of course, you don't max it until last, because Dark Procession is, your morning miss is too important for the poke. And your last rights is your main damage, sustain, and everything, really. Oh, man. Yeah. Ain't that nice. Look how much more HP he's on now. He uses 1 cookie because cookies are OP. Pantheon's on top side. Missing's up here too. Missing actually needs to be a little bit careful here. And Breathe will recall. Breathe will recall. I think JDG are in for a nasty pop quiz on how to deal with Yorick plus globals on his team. Typically, globals are your answer into them. Oh, wait, they knew there was a ward there. You literally know there's a ward. Wait, no, they don't. No, I thought it was pinged out. It's actually the red ping instead. Breathe needs to be a little bit careful here. Not in range form just yet. Does he get out? Ooh. He gets out. Recall, not spotted out. Xiaohu pushing on bot side. All Weibo needs to do now is make sure that they don't fall behind on a... Well, they don't give up easy picks. And they don't give up an objective lead to JDG. Now, as it stands, 2 grubs and a dragon. I think Weibo have already kind of done that. Now, JDG aren't going to be winning through cross-mapping against a Yorick when they have 6 grubs, which is probably the only thing which makes Yorick a slower tower pusher than you. Oh, Morning Mist not great there, actually. And also the other thing would be a soul point early on into the game. Rumble goes topside. Xiaohu to go up towards this. There is a flash on Arla. Trying to save for that room, that realm walk, and it comes through. He has flash, but he's just dead. This is the power of the Yorick and the global. We highlighted it from draft. Weibo pull the trigger. And now, yes, there will be Scout on the bot side of the map. There is no teleport for Breathe. Xiaohu didn't bring one. He brought the Ghost instead. Uses that to go topside, actually. Scout will hit this tower, but it's not going to match the pushing power of a Yorick with Maiden, plus Yorick, the Rise staying up there too. Pays is going to have to... Well, he's ulting up towards topside, trying to get some wave clear. They ping away from it. Doesn't actually kill any minions. Breathe doesn't have his Maiden anymore. He's still taking a lot of plates there. A plate ahead of Scout already. He's taking 3. 5 seconds till that Maiden comes up. Can use that to tank a little bit more. Next wave coming in. So 4 plates for 3 on the bot side. Is the Maiden going to come back up? I guess they don't need it. Last rights on the tower. Very, very nice for killing that. All needs to be a little bit careful walking up any closer. Huge gold. Huge, huge gold. 1,000 gold ahead now for Breathe ahead of Arla's Jace. You need to go for the lethality Jace into the Yorick. There's no point going Bruiser. He has too much % HP damage, and you need more damage to just burst him out. Hope you don't get traded back on at all. Shun doesn't even get to start the dragon on the bot side properly. Is going towards it. Delayed on it. Breathe has no teleport. Xiaohu has no ultimate. He will be walking towards the bot side of the map. Weibo, this is the point you do need to be careful. Give a reset to Pays, and things look a lot different. Shun has Flash, has Cyclone. Scout also happy with everyone in front of him in a single angle. Now W comes in. What the hell happened to missing there? He still has... He flashes into the Rakan! Missing! I think he's missing some neurons with that one. Punched out of his head. Oh, missing. That is not the way you want to die in that play. 0 and 3 and 0. Oh, missing. That is not the play. Arla still has flash, and here comes the Pantheon. What did we say about the problems with the globals plus the Yorick? Weibo playing around it very, very well. Now, JDG, they do get themselves the dragon, but the fact that they are behind with the Xayah, that's a problem. The fact that missing is dying for free so often is a problem. This is sad, because now you want to, like, cancel out the Rakan on his W, fails to do that, misses the reaction test. The fact that it hits the Pantheon, that's just a comedy of errors. That, you don't expect that normally. Grub's getting started up. Shun wanted to get something from that. If you give Grubs over to a Yorick, you're really asking for it. They don't get a single one. They got a single one from the first spawn. If this is 5 Grubs going over towards a Yorick, who's already, near enough 1,000 gold ahead, good luck, JDG. Good luck. A Yorick with 5 Grubs plus double globals hovering over his lane. That sounds like hell. Oh, a lot of damage onto Arla. We'll escape with that phase rush. See how powerful this matchup already is, though. Scout takes the bot lane turret. But Weibo know that they are completely okay just getting gold onto the Yorick. Just outsteps the W. Shun spotted out. He has Flash. Has Cyclone too. Realm Walk coming in. Now that's a bit of a cheap one to throw out. He still has Flash. Uses the Cyclone too. But this is the problem. Now there's no one to cover this top side. Demolish on top side available. Arla has no Flash. His lethality too. Roaming around the map so well. Weibo know how to play this part of their composition. Make sure that JDG can never interrupt the Yorick. 5 Grubs. The Maiden will escape too. Yes, Scout takes a bot lane out of turret, but it feels so inconsequential, doesn't it? What can Pays do at this point? He's cashed in his cull. He needs to be wave clearing mid lane. You can't just let Xayah just hit the mid lane turret too. And he's not powerful enough to 1v1 being 1,000 gold behind. Missing has already given too much gold over to this Xayah in terms of the 1v1 matchup. Does the Yorick target the Yorick cage? No, it doesn't. Can't target that. Targets the ghouls and the maiden, but not the cage. Xiaohu spots that scout here. Level down. Just needs to be a little bit careful here. It's coming up. There's a flash on this guy. Okay, where's the Rune Walker? Where's the Realm Prism coming through? Great damage from Xiaohu. And there we go. Clean kill. Xiaohu picking up a kill against legendary contemporary of his. Xiaohu and Scout been at it since the early days of the LPL. Wow. Maiden dies. I'll be able to take that down. So even the guy getting all the gold in Scout on the sideline quickly gunned down by Xiaohu. One of our better rises of all time. Xiaohu not here to stop something like that. It's red buff coming over. Missing still has no flash. He still has no flash. And it has been the story of a series. Missing in action. JDG support. Struggling to find presence on the map. Hey, Scorpio. Good to see you. Yes, I'm back today after a couple of days break. Sam will be taking you through the second series. I'm solo casting this one, and we're going to spend some time with Angie after this one's done. I just don't know what's happening with JDG. No gold leads now. Even with all the gold given over to Scout, no gold leads. I suppose some of the gold's been blunted by Breathe, because Arla managed to get some. But this matchup doesn't get that easy. Herald is now up. Minute till Dragon. Arla spotted walking towards bot side, and Urha maybe has eyes on him. Light wants to wave clear out mid lane. He'll be happy to do so. Level 11 now. Arla tries to wave clear out with a shock blast, I suppose. He should know that he's not safe. Oh, where's this going? Into the brush. Arla is not getting near this turret. That is what that ultimate signals. You are not getting near this turret. 5 grubs, made in the mists. Demolish. And the last right slam down the tower. Yorick getting everything on the side lane. This is the way that we've seen the champion being played in the LPL. Light quickly clearing out the mid lane. Does get hit by that W and by the shock blast. But it's strong enough to wave clip. Herald will be a free cannon minion into the mid lane though. JDG, can they actually kill this? I actually think they can. They summon it within range. Use it effectively as a cannon minion. Not very high HP now. Xiaohu might have to come in and try and wave clear this. Hexgate coming through from Erha. And now Pantheon's on the side. What's the plan? Inner turret taken. So it's a mid turret for 2 tower trade on the bot side using the Herald for JDG in the mid lane. So it's a Herald and 1 tower, basically. But 2 towers for the Yorick. 2,000 gold ahead now. Does he get himself the full recall for a Shojin? He could teleport in. Shun goes on to Tien. And here comes the flanking Yorick. Do they see him? Do they see him? Oh, this could be horrific. The monkey goes down. A dark procession onto 2. That is beautiful, Breathe. They clear through it. But look at the damage coming through. Missing and pays. Very little HP to work on. And that is just before the dragon. Weibo will get themselves another objective. It'll be first Hex Tech Dragon of the Rift. Breathe. Good teleport. Comes in with his 2-item spike. Slaughters through that. And will very happily gift his team an objective. Shun has to clone out very early. Gets hit by that red buff. Cancels out that W. Can't cancel out the Rune Prison though. Xiaohu. Good use for him running forwards with the Ghost. We've had a lot of good Rise players over here in the LPL. Durnby, Scout, Xiaohu, Knight. Shanks has had some good games of it too. Rise is becoming a comfort pick for a great many LPL mid laners. Less so, actually, yeah, more so here than almost anywhere else in the world, thinking about it. LPL has been very much a Rise region. We've seen some of it in LCK, of course, we have done. But I feel like LPL has been very, very high up on the Rise hype train. Yeah, Shanks is a very good Rise. You're absolutely right to call that out too. Basically, there are so many good LPL Rise players. Struggle to count off like all 5, 6, 7 of them off yeah, easily, you know? Even someone like Setup's not bad at the Rise too, right? Four minutes till Dragon. There's some nice music in the background, isn't it? 2 items for the Pantheon too. Tien is going to be nasty. Yeah, Zucker's Rise into Cannon was nice. Was that the Cannon counter? I think it was. Or was it Rumble? Anyway, I think he was playing it into the Cannon that was being blind picked there. Atkan available. Ruinous version. The bloody kind. If Weibo get this to amp up their already nasty neutral objective stacks, well, that's even more of a problem, JDG. Well, they don't have a Ren Smite to fail this time, do they? Easier to tank this version too. Doesn't have that low range healing, shredding aura. Shun's in the area. His smite key was very good last game. Dark Possession goes off to one side of it. Can he flash in? No, he can't. Gets taken. The Flower Grove will go over to the side of Weibo 2, and no cross map from JDG. They chose to bring everyone down here, which means they're not in position to contest anything else. Breathe on the flank. Let's say on the flank. He's going back the safe way towards mid lane. Oh, Blue Trinket spot this out. Tien stopped. Can he ult out? He needs to ult out now if he's going to. Can he get there in time? The Grim Visage will stop him. Crucial play. That's one good kill onto Tien. Gives a shutdown. Goes over to Jace as well. Ooh, hang on. What's happening here? It's a recall. Just wondering if there's anyone who could stay for an extra play. So, JDG, what do they use for that? They use a flash and an ult from Scout. I don't actually think it achieves that much, except, I mean, it's good gold. That's what it is. There's a wave going towards bot side. Is anyone going to take that? Weibo, I think they've decided bot side of the map is too scary. Let's not go towards bot side. Or if you're going to, do it carefully. Wait until you've spotted other members. They will now, with the Hex Gates on top side showing. Ryze will clear through that, and he'll be happy. Close towards a max stack Rod of Ages. Well, JDG have themselves a kill. No longer killless. 2 items for Pays. 2 items, well, 2.5 for Light. I say that. No, he's not that far ahead. I wouldn't call it half an item just yet. Breathe the most gold in the game. No surprise there. Because we get everything on the side lane. Has the upgraded steel caps now too. Gives him that physical damage shield, which makes it a little bit harder for Arla to take those chip trades against him. Dragon in a minute and a half. Weibo using Ryze to push out that side of the map. A little harder now to get value out of the Yorick because the amount of time it takes minions to walk towards an inner turret normally give the enemy team enough time to cross map or make a play. This wave's going to be quarter pace, so the replay's already coming in from JDG. They'll be able to clear that out. Use the Hex Gates to get towards that tower a little earlier too. Tien does have his global. Scout will wave clear fine though. It's a big thing having a Jace, a Jinx, and a Hwei. You have very good wave clear. The thing which stops you from wave clearing that, of course, is a global jumping on your head. Tien recalling in the bush. Power Q doesn't lead to anything. 40 seconds till Dragon. Weibo, this is where the game started to fall apart for them in the last game. They had side lane advantage. They had global advantage, not global, the objective advantage. In the Dragons, they were close towards a Mountain Soul, and they still couldn't follow things through on that front. Light is very powerful at this point, but all it takes is a mistake. You know, good hook, good ultimate from the Nautilus, and then suddenly Airher dies, or Xiaohu, or Light dies. Reset comes through from Jinx after that point. So, honestly, big plays need to come in from Shun and Missing to get good picks. On the other side, Weibo. We'll see what they do in terms of their macro. So they're giving up the Dragon priority right now. Xiaohu is on a ward. Could Realm Warp if... Hang on a second. What's happening here? I was wondering if Tien was moving up too. Both globals there. They're on vision. Scout needs to be careful. No chance for... I don't think JDG are positioning for a pick there. I think if they were aware after they go into melee range of the Ryze, they die. Missing is heading towards topside. Has good CC. So Weibo choosing to give up a Dragon in favor for an inner turret. It's not the cleanest either. The wave clear. Here comes Airhead. Now remember, JDG knew this play was coming. You knew this. You saw everyone on vision, and you still lose Scout. You lose the tower. JDG pick up the Dragon. Is this worth it? You knew this was coming. Tien has flash. Can go towards... Hang on, Realm War coming through. Then go behind the turret. Oh, this is a problem. Pace has flash, and I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough at all. Missing has himself a flash, but we'll see whether that actually matters. Guess not. Double turrets taking. Arla on the bottom side of the map. Weibo could end the game. JDG, get back to your goddamn base. The Maiden's going to come through. Procession going around the tower to help them with that. Tien goes forward. There's a Cyclone, but I just don't think it matters. JDG have lost their minds. They knew the play was happening on top side. They had it all on vision, and it changes not one thing. JDG will lose 3 series in a row, and Weibo will clutch the victory out 2-1. It is a win through side lanes. It is a win through smoke and mirrors. but you question what JDG were doing around that top side. They knew full well there was a play coming towards their top lane at a turret. They knew about this. They saw Xiaohu on vision, and they knew that everyone else was off the map. A fantastic realm warp to force the end of the game. The globals were good from Weibo. They put JDG into difficult positions, and they played around the Yorick well. However, you had full vision of that scenario in JDG, they just lost their minds. A team that have changed their coach versus a team that have changed their support. Airher, I think, has been very good. I've liked him. I think that he's been playing well so far. We'll see if it keeps up. Weibo walk away with an important victory, and now they move to 3-3, the same as JDG, and the top of our table becomes ever more complex. That was a cleaner game from Weibo. Game 2, they should have ended that too. Should have really been a 2-0, honestly. JDG, dire straits now. This is a team which should be doing so much better than that. Ah, well, they'll have to wait another series to see if they can prove it. Hung was removed from Weibo. Yeah, he's been benched. He has been benched. When are the next series for these two teams? How much of a turnaround has JDG got? JDG playing on Thursday versus anyone's legend. Oof, now that's going to be a difficult one, isn't it? Hey, folks, my name's Nymaera. I'm a professional League of Legends caster, and I've cast over 1,000 games of LPL. There is no official broadcast for the LPL anymore, so if you're watching any of the co-streams out there, whether that is LPL English, the fan broadcast, or I Will Dominate, or myself, or Kitty, or whoever, now's the time which is very important to support them. No one's getting paid to cover the LPL anymore, and to cover games like this and teams like this with a bunch of storied, historic, wonderful players. So, if that is something which you enjoy, watching these players and watching them forge their stories a little bit deeper into their career, support your favorite streamers now, whether that's us or someone else. It means an awful lot of difference to us. I'm not going to be... So, Sam's going to come in and cover the next series, so it'll be a solo cast from him, so you'll have to welcome Initialise in for IG versus WE. Thank you for letting me yap at you today. Makes a lot of difference. I'm going to go out and enjoy some time with Angie, and... yeah, thank you for letting me come back and do some cool League of Legends with you folks. I think Missing had an awful day today. I wonder whether they need a support change. Ooh. Very good coffee. I shall have to thank Sam again for that one. Oh, of course, at least he's starting again later. Right, how much... How much time we got? 13 minutes on the ads. I'll run some ads now. We'll have to do some more now. And Weibo's playing IG on Sunday. Thanks for that, Castle. I appreciate it. Try not to make Sam any sus yet. Don't think Sam needs any help with that one. Okay, I'm gonna run some adverts, and I'll turn the camera off, and I'll let Sam take over the stream when he comes in. Okay. Be right back first. Well, I won't be, but Sam will be back.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小优。首先是恭喜 WBG 获胜，那么我们邀请到的是中单选手小虎，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 泰布的中单选手小虎。
欢迎小虎。好的，感受到现场观众的热情了。那首先恭喜你们是完成了2连胜啊。那相比第一赛段和京东的交手，感觉你们的运营思路明显清晰了很多。你觉得这一场比赛你们的变化和提升在哪里呢？
我觉得今天这3场比赛，不管输赢，我们的战术执行都挺成功的吧。然后前期没什么太多的失误，这就是进步的地方嘛。
是的，今天的整体协同配合都做得非常不错。我们聊聊比赛啊。首先第一局胜负的关键点就是炼金龙团的那一波。当时你们是先集火掉 Scout 的狐狸，之后呢就拿下了炼金龙魂，一气呵成。那一波是怎么去沟通布置的呢？
其实当时一开始我们骑的4个人还在看正面的人吧，然后2哈找到了一波机会，就把我们扣过去了。
是的，也是说大家的联动做得非常的不错。那第一局是拿到优势后一气呵成终结掉比赛的，第2局就显得有点命运多舛了。在前期经济有巨大优势的情况下，在中期的隘口处被京东找到一波反扑的机会之后，你们就危机四伏了。那第2局赛后你们是怎么总结复盘的？觉得问题主要出现在哪里呢？
首先第2盘我们的阵容选出来是肯定有比较大的时间压力的，但是前面也控好了3条龙，但是确实第4条龙、第5条龙丢掉之后，觉得阵容渐渐就是没那么好打了。
是的，可能正面团的这个压力逐渐增大了。我们也是比较可惜没有看到那个爆杀流的发条在后期有更大的舞台啊。但虽然说第二局呢没有扛住京东在劣势运营下的一个压力，但是第3局调整能力还是非常迅速的。那么首先阵容是一个绝无单待的阵容，在人头领先的情况下，其实你们的经济没有拉开明显的差距。为了不重蹈第2局的覆辙，你们在运营思路上都是怎么去策划的呢？
其实我觉得有时候节奏在自己手里，虽然没有经济领先，但是整个队的士气都是能叠 buff 叠挺多的吧，所以还是比较有信心能拿下来的。
是的，第3局大家士气都非常高涨。那说到这个局势在自己掌握当中，就不得不提到这个拿到 MVP 的瑞兹啊。那确实一切都是预判了别人的预判，一切尽在你的掌握之中。那么现在来到25.08版本，你觉得在目前的中路生态环境下，能不能跟瑞兹的玩家分享一下对线以及出装的一些技巧呢？有什么变化吗？
瑞兹的话，就是如果想节奏方面多参与一点的话，带闪现疾跑是个不错的选择。然后第4波兵线炮车兵推了回家补个装备，就是会挺顺的。
是的，拿小宝贝儿都记下来，希望大家多多去练习一下，打出更好节奏的瑞兹啊。那也想聊一下，在新人辅助2哈加入你们之后，现在已经是完成了2连胜了。那能不能评价一下他近期的一个表现呢？觉得他是一个什么样风格的辅助呢？
其实如果遮住2哈的 ID 的话，我觉得上一场跟这一场他其实表现是差距很大的，就是有非常明显的进步吧，然后操作也挺好的。就是继续展望吧。
继续展望。那联动也是做得越来越好了。那么在经历了一段时间的蛰伏之后呢 ，WBG 也是愈战愈勇了，现在是3胜3负。那后面的比赛想要呈现出一个怎样的 WBG 呢？
第一赛段循环赛的目标就暂时是5比4吧。希望拿到这个比分。
好的，也是希望你们可以不断的勇往直前。那下一场呢将会面临正在上升期的 WE， 也希望你们好好加油。那最后一个问题，今天不论是现场还是屏幕前，都有很多喜欢和支持你们的朋友。那么在蛰伏阶段呢，也是为你们捏一把汗。现在有什么话想要对大家说吗？
还是非常感谢大家一直以来支持吧。然后我们队伍现在也有小选手，就是可以把对老选手的支持多给小选手分一点。
好的，也再次感谢小虎。那么也希望在之后的比赛当中，你们可以继续步步为营，稳扎稳打，越打越好。谢谢小虎接受我的采访。本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们一起来看一下本场比赛 Spotlight 吧。
格温没带了，
可以找机会打架，他们状态一般了呀。
我想找机会直接开起来。
我去龙坑了，你们换个人。
可以封路，然后
没到。
OK。绕龙，
我去白点他，我白点他。
先看牛，
别急。
绕了对面。保 AD 啊，保 AD。没事。
可以卖我。赵鑫。看一下赵鑫。我还有大的。一直没闪的。追一下吧，把人追死。一直没闪。
没得死。
追踪。一波。狐狸没大的。没闪。等我封。
别急。
6秒慢点。 他们要偷逼了，
他们要投币，要往前接，往前接，往前。没事，没币，别。我接生了，还可以打，要追，有一波啊，有踢吗？往前追，要追死他，
我去了，
要追，要一波，追死他。我觉得中路下路没线，别把我杀了，中路有机会，中路
啊，
是了，
有
机会，一波，中路线，人一波，
搜一下，他们有可能后面都站满了，
到我了，
下波推塔，
得电，就这波线得打了，
能越吗？可以约啊，
会没闪，我已经跳了，会，
看了，我拉出来，
现在打进化，看一下我。
OK，
回来，
没进化了，
继续推呢。
我们去中，
我想约金克斯
下2，
看我大招，
我有闪现，
来，看金克斯，没进化的。
开塔吧，一波在下，
感觉一波清不了兵，
可以一波。
Waiting for a big drop, I can bet what happens next, babe. Hungry for the drama, kind of prima donna, acting like your mama, yeah. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. I'm all you want. Your dad is gonna love me, mama kinda hate me. They know I'm gonna stay all night. You asked me what I wanted, let me be honest.
Hello, folks. I am here to take over from my brother, Xian. Glad to be here. WE versus Invictus Gaming. Glad to have you all in here. Damselfly, hello, Amber. Hey, Omni Guy, good to see you. Weibo Gaming basically 3-0 JDG today. I heard it was a bit of a mess. Yes, I heard it was a bit of a mess. We expect better. Hello. Here comes trouble. Absolutely. Hello, Anivia's chat. Hello, YouTube, and hello, Twitch. Glad to have you here. Do we get coffee too? I'm hoping Alex is bringing me one at some point soon. I'll fax you over some of it. You get like a sippy. That's super fun. What are you using to edit at the minute, by the way? Still good. I'm getting ready for this one. Here comes the most normal and least sussy caster. Ruby, you wound me. How are we all doing today? Sam's a ring. I do. I bought it 2 days ago. It matches my watch. The clockwork one. It's like the inside of a... Hang on. Wait, turn that way. There we go. Ah, my chair's turning. That's ruining the image. There we go. There we go. See, it's like the inside of a watch, but on a ring. Matches my watch, which is also clockwork. There we go. Hey, thank you, Ruby, for the additional 5 gifts. Oh, that's, he's been gifting stuff out an hour ago as well. Thank you very much. What did he put in Alex's coffee? That's a good question. I poisoned him. He's dead now. It's just me. You'll never see him again. Cool. But yeah, it was kind of made by a kind of like cool little local artist who does cool jewelry things. Turns out they actually live quite close to us. Or at least sell stuff quite close to us. Alright, well there's Weibo. Monkey's still in, of course. I think he's been really important for this team, looking a lot better than they once were, eh? Well, you know, I finished a time practice paper. Are you proud of me, Uncle? Absolutely, 1,000 kites. Congratulations, finished the practice paper. How are you feeling about it? Did the practice paper go well? Always stressful practice papers. Sure, this series is going to be a relaxing viewing experience and not at all disgusting. I don't know about that one. Sam, can you please play support for JDG? They are missing a support. I heard missing was in fact missing in action and was genuinely exceptionally poor. Which is not what I want to hear. But here we are. But they just look like they're imploding right now, don't they? Interesting. There's cube and stuff with some stuff. Good luck, Amber. Good luck. Be fine, I'm sure. Nothing to see here. Should be a clean 2-0 for IG. Look, the thing is, WE have now taken games off like 3 or 4 really big teams. I don't remember exactly who it was. It was WE. Let me just check out that. Because they've had some relatively big ticket win. Well, okay, match wins, not series wins, if you know what I mean. So, obviously got a win against BLG, a win against Anyone's Legend, a win against Top Esports in their last 3 series. That's genuinely really good. Those are arguably our best 3 teams in the league. Now, do I think WE are a good team? No. I do, however, think they are a lot better than they were a month or so ago. I think against Invictus Gaming, who were notoriously unserious. This is probably going to go to 3, purely off the back of that one. Q played Nasus into the Shy Kale and clapped him. Oh, I remember that, Carzol. Thank you for the clarity on why that was being brought up. I do now.
首先我们是因为前面
If I believe in IG, they will run it down without mercy and go 0-2, so I'll not be doing that. Very fair, Ruby.
开个会吧，然后就先解决了一个问题嘛。然后后面就这3把的话，就我们大家都是觉得非常可惜吧，就感觉都非常有机会赢下来了。如果赢下来其中1把的话，可能就感觉我们的士气就会不一样吧。所以我们现在就是。 我们心态其实也没受什么影响吧，因为我们就只是都觉得非常可惜吧，所以我们现在感觉我们就只是需要一场胜利，我们感觉我们士气就会起来。
也许需要一场胜利来扫除阴霾，但是可以看出你们稳健的心态，相信也是你们拿下首胜的一个很重要的条件之一。那接下来想要问到的是，最近我们来到了25.08版本，你觉得这个版本跟上一个版本相比，会对上路在哪些方面造成什么样的影响呢？
这个版本的话，对上路的改动的话，我感觉不算特别大吧，感觉跟上个版本玩的英雄应该都差不多。上路这个位置的话，
还是在有一个不太变化的版本更迭的情况下，也是要去及时更新自己在游戏赛场上的一个选择。那在这里呢，也是非常希望在这个比赛当中能够更好的表现，发挥出更好的竞技状态。
Have to deal with that. Oh, the little Wanyu sponsor. They've actually got a
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了 IG 的下路选手 Gala， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的下路选手 Gala。
好的，欢迎 Gala。那首先想问到的是，最近我们迎来了新版本25.08嘛？你觉得这个版本跟上一个版本相比，会对下路造成哪些变化呢？或者说，对于下路的生态环境来讲，一些选角上啊、打法上面？
我觉得这个版本我看了一下，好像下路改的基本就泽力加强了嘛，我觉得可能这个改动可能
We're getting anything interesting?
泽力会
Out of Gala
出现在赛场上。
That is Gala, isn't it? Before I get that wrong, that is Gala.
我没太注意。
I have a
like
second guessing.
会在接下来的比赛当中有登场。那下一个问题，在上一场 BO3 IG 为我们展示了一波非常热血的绝境翻盘。那赛后选手也谦虚地表示，整个队伍现在状态还有提升空间。那今天的这一场 BO3，你们想展示出怎样的竞技状态呢？
上一场虽然赢了，但是可能运气比较好。然后今天这场就想靠实力。
Sometimes I second guess myself. I feel like Gala permanently looks on the verge of breaking down from frustration. There's a certain exhausted level to him, which is I think when you have to play with the likes of the Shy and Rookie being interesting figures. I can see why that might happen to a person. He's so PR, it hurts me. What, have you seen this? Have you seen his teammates? Precisely. See, Kites, you're way ahead of me. Hi, Sam. Hi, Grumpy. Appreciate the compliments. One of the harder ones exams, so it's a bit daunting. I'm hoping at least pass. Yeah, I'm sure we've got a lot of hope for you. Fingers crossed, all the thoughts and prayers and love from chat in the world on that one. He always looks about to cry. Bit of that, yeah. Crazy is our game here in Xi'an. What's hi, everyone? I'm back. Glad to have you back. Gaming victoriously. It's all about believing. Don't stop believing. Oh, that's a bit high for without a warm up. It's so high.
Let's
not do that one again without a warm up, shall we?
下路 Gala 辅助 Mako 欢迎西安 Team WE 上单 Cube 打野 Monkey 中单 Karis 下路 Hanyu 辅助 Vampire
Oh no, what's Alex posted now? What?
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第4周第1日的第2场比赛，西安 WE 对阵 IG。
And he's edited the Oriana ball going down. That's hilarious.
巅峰。
And maybe a good into Yorick or Sion both? We're about to get into the
next
1v1.
7. Window capture 7. I can wait. We can figure this out later. This is muted right now, but this tab. However, I did just upload it to
I just
Shorts,
watched a bit of it. Yeah.
So you can show it to the stream in the next appropriate break on Shorts. Anyway, yes, I did in fact make a bowling meme about Hayes getting hit by the ball. Anyway, you can enjoy that. Enjoy this.
Goody. Oh. Well, I shall turn off the camera. Boop. And prepare. Hell. Yeah, thank you. Coffee run successful. Boom. Hooray! Super. Thank you very much. WE versus IG Karis versus the Shy. Getting rid of the Shy's iconic Renekton and Jace. I just sneeze. Excuse me. Gesundheit to myself. Isn't it if you're good into Yorick or Sion or both? Theoretically both. You can be really annoying with the wall and a lot of the zone control that your Storm provides. The only thing I will say is that for whatever reason, you fumble your stun or your wall, Yorick and Sion will make you cry. Yorick in particular. So if he ever ends up on top of you, you're a dead man or a bird. But there is definitely ways to play it, and you're very vulnerable to ganks. But that's just true of Anivia in general. There's the Yorick ban against the side of Karis. The Orianna Corki Varus bans. Baiting a Pantheon here. Seen a little bit of that in the 1v1s. Can be very potent with some of the combos. Somewhere out there, Archeron screams with joy. And there is the Rumble locked in for the Shy. And we all know how strong Rumble is right now. The Shy's like, everyone thinks we're going to 2-0 and screw over some betters. Maybe. It does happen occasionally. The IG are always a bit of a wild one. Oh, Karis looking nervous going up against my GOAT rookie. Yeah, because it's not a rookie. And then you go, oh, whoops, it's the Shy. So there you go. Weibo won? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. In interesting fashion at that. We're getting ready to load onto the bridge. On to the bridge we go. Volume up. We lock ourselves in. First pair of Electro Harpoons go wide. The Shy overheats for a second or two. And of course, as the Rumble, you do have wave clear, but it involves you stepping forwards into things like Aegis Assault like that. And the Shield Vault. It's a nice combo. The Shy nearly at the overheat threshold in the danger zone right now. Highway to the danger zone. If IG loses this series, I'm running it down in sympathy. Very much. Zoning Harpoon. Yeah, very much so. Karis with the early control of the wave. Is that a Zombie Slayer Pantheon? I never know the skins. I think it is Zombie Slayer Pantheon. Got the ick on the shield. Solid Aegis still has some pots to work with. The Haunting Guys start from the Shy means didn't have so much in the way of pots, but does have a lot of ability as long as you can stick on the wave. Try and pick up things. Oh, just about got that cannon. To try and rush Leandries real fast. I'm seeing a fair number of these minions, though. Kind of sucks for them. Interesting, the Shy managed to hit level 5 first, though. Just. Now gets control of the bush, gets his own shove in, and now Karis, with the double Electro Harpoon slows, ended up in a bit of a tricky spot, manages to Aegis Assault some of it, hops on forward, gets the Ignite down, the shield comes on down, there's the barrier as well, looking to try and trade this one out. The barrier from Karis, also pop, looking for the Comet Spear reset and gets it! Nice solo from the mid laner of WE. And he's got level 6. Clear this wave out. Be very happy with his wins there. Does he want to play for a plate? He might, you know. Still a second or two on the Shy, who doesn't have level 6, so can't just come up and immediately equalize the wave. This is very valuable. Shy should be in time for this cannon at least. He's going to play for the plate, he is. Greedy. Should get it from the minions. Aegis Assault to prevent anything like the Electro Harpoon. Empowered Recall from the kill is out. Doesn't get equalized. That's a full Hex Drinker buy immediately on reset alongside a Caulfield's Warhammer. This Pantheon's in a great spot. Can probably just ult back to lane if he wants. See whether he decides to do it. There we go. Grand Starfall. Shield Vault under the tower. Gets Conqueror stacked. Means the Shy's now in danger. Needs to continue running away. Aegis Assault Part 2. Needs to get towards that healing shrine. Should be able to do it. Comet Spear is down. Another shield. That might well force another reset. The Shy also equalized the wave to shove it. I think he just dropped a cannon to make that play happen. I don't know whether he killed it with the Grand Starfall. But it's another reset out. Full Leandries completed, though, by the Shy on this reset is key. Should lose another plate here, though. Oh, Karis might be able to reset. Play for this cannon and reset after that. Oh, no, that Q missing's a bit annoying. Should have to cool down shortly enough. Gets the cannon. We'll drop that minion. Shy, at this point, should clear waves very fast. Oh, he's going to have his back interrupted. He's been way too greedy with the reset. Way too greedy with the reset. You need to back off further than that. That's going to cost him another wave and a turret. That evens up the wave, actually. Crap reset from Karis there. Has to stick around now. Took off the Hex String, but doesn't want to burn it. I think the Shy can just proc him again here. Watch him look for the Electro Harpoon. At least he's on the cannon wave here. There's the full Morph. And an extra longsword, so has the full item completion. Change that longsword out for a Ruby Crystal on second thought. Seekers is a mega buy for the Shy, I kind of agree. Is he going to lose his cannon? Should get back in time. Good work. Can he interrupt the back here? Interrupts the back. Nice. That's rough for the Shy now. It's the same as he just had to deal with. Might have to equalize the wave here. Not seen the goal totals as yet. That more makes things trickier again for the Shy. The move speed differential alone is rough for this one. Happy for Shy, who's sad to phase? Yeah, I think that's a fair statement of the last game. This stuff. Right, Karis. In a pretty good spot here. Come forwards. It's a stump. Nice Aegis Assault. Another big chunk. There's the Conqueror down as well. Level 11 now can look to reset again with his ult. He's all in. Oh my days, Grand Starfall! Equalizer isn't fantastic. Shield comes on down. Karis will have his own. He's tunking Terra, but it doesn't matter. 2 solo kills pre-Ring of Fire. The Pantheon. Man drops the Shy into the dirt. That was clean. Karis. WE aren't looking too bad at the minute, are they? Imagine saying that in winter. Hell, imagine saying that 2 weeks ago. They're not perfect. They certainly aren't one of the best teams in the league. But again, a reminder of the teams they've taken games off in recent weeks. Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, BLG. That's a pretty good resume. People like Karis begin to turn up. You just wonder, don't you? Where is WE going to end up at the end of the year? Hell, where are they going to end up? End of this split. Maybe we shouldn't write them off so casually yet. It's only a 1v1, of course. For a player that I think a lot of people are just dismissed. That's not bad going. Right, let me run a quick block of ads so we don't get them mid-game. We'll get going from there. Draft will be incoming shortly. the better. Here we go. Let me drop that volume down, shall I? I love this bit of music. Swagger to it. It is a bit noisy. So, WE banning out the Sejuani, the Poppy, the Nico. Big engage tools for Invictus Gaming. Pretty critical, I feel, for how IG look at their best. The Lilia, the Neferi, the Rumble. Cube, a big Rumble enjoyer, and those are two of Monkey's best carry options. A snap lock in of the Vi, though. Takes away from JDG. Gives Monkey a very big go button, and WE all the tools they need for this one. And Dog Giga Karis? Hell yeah. Zayas played Nidalee the other day, I saw. Where are we going then? So, Shinsan, regular response, we see a lot of it. JJ, a world-renowned Shinsan. A lot of our best junglers really have been fantastic Shinsan players. Give us hot dog the Fury, maybe. Talia with it to take away from the Vi. Does Karis just lock an early Ahri here then? Possible. Not bad into the Shinzao. Kai'Sa takes it away from Gala. Taeyun's a big player of it. Good with that Kai'Sa. Flexible in terms of the build options this early in the draft as well. I like it. Oh, there's a little Blanc splash art. Don't play with my heart like that. Is it that Ahri we're talking about? There it is. Dive Girlie's locked in. Pair of KDA members. And an Arcane Police Scale. There we go, that'll do. I feel like there's got to be a better duo name for Vi and Caitlyn. I have to think about that one. That probably is actually one, I'm just not remembering it. That's where I was going with that. Gwen. Rapidly locked in for the Shy, of course, one of the more potent options. I don't think Caitlyn's in KDA, Amber. Depending on your definition of Smash there. Not the T180 carry. Unless there's some lore I don't know about. Always a possibility. Still, the Gwen got through. Strong solo lanes now for IG. The Talia's ability to roam. The Gwen just as a 1v1 beast. Scaling monster. The Jax and the Jace, 2 cube specials, 2 of the better options into the Gwen. Can look to try and match her, particularly early with things like the Jace, and a little later on with the fact that Jax can join you in the Thunderdome and try and trade out. Piltover's finest. Okay, I see it. Good ship name. I can get behind it. The Renata and the Xayah away by WE. 2 of your better options into dive. I see it. Breaks point the Xayah Rakan options. Varus, though, can sort of stand and deliver or stay miles and miles away, depending on how you decide to build him. Yeah, solid option. They'll go towards an Alistair early. Pretty good anti-dive with the headbutt. Can be a frontline away. Kind of lacking a little bit. They've already got the double Thunderdomes in the Gwen and the Shinzao for that fake frontline. Gwen presses W, Shinzao presses R. You shall not pass. Of course, when you've got a dive combo from WE, you can get inside those Thunderdomes a little easier than you might in another matchup. The Ambessa rapidly locked in. WE very, very on board. The all-in train. The Nautilus as well. Everyone's diving. Everyone's got a tool to set up or follow up. Gala now has to pick his champion very carefully here. Something with mobility you feel valuable, or something that you can either stay miles away or look to outplay the dives with some CC. Something like that Tristana or the Varus, I think both valuable options here. no Enchanter for the Zeri. So I think those two probably are your best options, and they will decide to go towards the Varus. A lot of emphasis on the good use of those area denial zones from the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. The Unraveled Earth from Taliyah and Mako to try and body block, prevent the dives from being as scary as they might be in another scenario. WE, pick your target, all pile on in, kill them before the response comes on through. Game plan's quite simple. Doesn't make it not effective, just need to make sure that B1 Vi isn't going to be stuffed on what IG have got on the table. Bro, these drafts are sick. I wish my solo queue drafts are like these. You and me both, Purple Gem. Drafts with some focus. Say it ain't so. Bring that social slideshow up. Get ready to load onto the Rift for our first game of the second series. There comes the Mercedes van driving right to your face. On hit Varus, the barrier can survive and glide maybe. Yeah, absolutely. You could also run poke, just stay miles away, try and run Edge of Night and just say, cool, if you want to dive me, you have to go really, really, really deep for it. Some value in both. The only thing is, I think if you do go for that poke Varus, maybe a little shy on the damage, but you've got a Xin Zhao and a Gwen. See how it works. Draw that volume up. Hand it over to the crowd for their moment of yelling before we come back to listening to me. Poke option it is from Gala. Got the barrier anyway. Between barrier and Edge of Night should be a little bit trickier. It's WE spiking in the mid game, statistically speaking, anyway. IG a bit better late. I think that's fair. You've got the Gwen. You've got the range advantage. That tends to favour you if the game gets late. WE, the moment you get level 6s and first items, get your dive on. Both of our junglers starting on bot side of the map, interestingly. We have got an Ambessa Gwen, though. Very volatile matchup. Kai'Sa with the -500 skin. Yeah, we'll see. It is the Invictus Gaming Kai'Sa. Of course, into Invictus Gaming. See how he does with that one. Didn't see what skin Karis going for. Has he gone for the Hall of Legends skin, has he? That's a popular one. Karis. Brief misread of chat. Sorry about that. Throws out the orb of deception. Level 2's coming on through. Shy slides on forward with a snip or two. Why is Taliyah so popular these days? Everyone's playing it. Good items. Works really well with a lot of junglers right now. Is very good into things like Ahri and Azir. Has an anti-dive option. Messes up Neferi too, who's quite potent. Really good into Fi. You outrange a lot of people. You're a semi-global. You lane well. There's a lot that Taliyah just does quite well right now. Shine will skip and slash forwards. Good chunk there onto Cube. He's honestly had a pretty good split, all things said and done, as dear old Cube. I think a lot of people have once again dismissed as washed, is the kindest way of putting it. That isn't a particularly kind phrase to begin with, so that will tell you exactly what community sentiment was. Oh, Monkey! Mistimes that. We all saw it. That'll cost him a second or two. Lane swaps come on through. Get out of that Varus lane. Be a bit miserable for the Kai'Sa. Still, early deficits are acceptable on the Kai'Sa as long as you get to that first item mark just fine. You do skirmish oh so damn well. The reset well enough managed there by WE. Void Seeker just wide of Gala when looking to see if someone was coming to lane. TP bot, side in comes Gwen. Should lead to a relatively even trade in TPs there. Lacerate and a Sundering Slam. Nice charm there from Karis. Rookie down about half. No teleports there to work with. No early dragon start by the Vite, which can be done, but now look in mid lane. Flash for the staggering blows onto Rookie into the charm. Clean play in mid lane. Well done, Vampire on the roam. Rookie. Absolutely neutered. Vampire is just the goat. Apparently so. Sorry, Vampire. Didn't understand your game. Is the VOD review request one game or the series? Scout is best. I would suggest asking Alex that one. I don't actually know how it would work though. I think it's generally for personal VODs, is the idea. So Alex will come and review your gameplay and tell you how you play it. Which can be quite cool. He's very knowledgeable. Alright, well, there's a little bit of a staggering blow after the dredge dive. Into the pit we go. Gets another one of those grunts, and now flash over the wall. Now BJJ going down. Looking to ult forwards. Karis. Another ult charge remaining, but slowed down enough they just want to keep chasing. Throws out the Orb of Deception. Mako has to back away on the other side. Only the one kill. They do get a kill and a grub to deny that full take of the objective. Getting the flash there as well. Valuable. Monkey had to flash as well. A little annoyed not to pick up another at the end of it all, but the damage is done. Look to go mid, but I feel like Rookie should know about this one, surely. That's a flash himself. Helps clear out the wave with the relentless force. So what you're saying is basically that 10 rows combos combined together depending on how well you play. Precisely. WE in a pretty good spot right now. All things said and done. Up 1,000 gold. 2 kills on to this Ari, who's gone for the early Dark Seal. Has an early Lost Chapter and the early Ionian Boots. So it's not going to be a rower build for the record here as well. This will be damage, Ari. Praise be. I think this game makes a lot of sense to me. See what that Lost Chapter turns into. Tends to be things like that Malignance, but could well be something like a Leandry's, I suppose. Actually, does Leandry pull that? I don't think it does. Take that back. Won't be a Leandry, that would be silly. Could be still something else. Vampire. Jumped on. In goes that Crescent Guard. Flash for the double pulverize. Puts Monkey in a dangerous spot. The needles are flying around. Mako's still surviving, but it's a reset for Karis. Now got 2 charges. All over the wall from Cave. Buys some time. Karis flashing away. Just about out of range. Tayu's still in danger. Does get at least one back. It's a messy fight. 2 for 3 in favor of IG, who also got the dragon. At least Karis doesn't lose the stacks and picks up another kill or 2. At least Taeyun got something, but that was messy. The Shy all the while was there, while Cube was not. Rookie, having died early, actually having reset early, gets to walk up and at least clear up this wave. Let's have a look at that again, because I'm pretty sure that just ended up being some missing solos. Initially, great hook onto JJ, but he's still got some time. And they all in to try and kill off this Shintown. That's all well and good, but the Crescent Guard buys a lot of time. JJ is bought enough time to get out for a while. Gala went flashing to get the kill on the character, had to flash away, but he left Taeyun alone, basically, and Snap, the Shy got to keep snipping through people. Good pulverized flash from Maiko. Bought a lot of time as well. Ends up being an even enough fight, but the Dragon and the extra kill is good for IG. Where the kills went will be interesting. The Shy very early with the Rift making out. Could be problematic. Of course, this Ari, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Good spot herself, honestly. Gala, nice early lead here as well. About that 15 CS mark, something like that. Can happen on the Varus in these matchups. Still good news for him. Taeyun only got the 1 kill there, despite what looked like a pretty good ult at the time. Second set of grub in 15 seconds, and the Ari, I think, might have just completed her first item there. We'll see what it is in inventory now. She can't be miles off. Won the 1v1. Now in a great spot on this Ari. Not quite. Frustrating. Can't be miles off it, though. Rookie with the Merc Treads and a Tear. Basically does no damage right now. It's a CC. Rookie in general has been building a lot of defensive builds. Rowers, Seraphs, as far as the eye can see. Over towards the grubs we go. Wanted to get a bit more bang for their buck on that front. I can see why. They have ability to dive turrets, but to siege them, always the easiest this game. Happy enough with having picked up 1. Do they want to play more for more? Maybe. Need to clear out this wave first. Rookie backing away. Monkey wrapping around. Might find Gala here. Gala's in danger. Watch Taeyun as well. Can they jump onto Gala? There's the ult. Sees the assist. Into the immediate killer instinct. Trying to TP on him to keep Gala alive. Who's going to get depth charge up and goes down. Taeyun flashing away to safety. But JJ there and waiting. That means Monkey's in danger. Failed flash from him. He's stuck on the unravel earth. Public excuse in the backline. But it's on to Shy, who just doesn't take damage. Karis, though, finally gets a reset. Ends up being another 3 for 2 in favor of Invictus Gaming, who pull the teleport a bit cleaner. Takes too long to kill Gala. The public execution goblin not the best. Karis with a couple ult charges to work with, which doesn't have the timing. Double TP from IG. Make that a bit more of an even affair for them. Shy, I apologise, TP bot side. You've got to pick up a plate or 2 here as well. That's good news for him. Nice sequence from Invictus Gaming, who now actually have a gold lead as a result of all that. Let's have a look again. Because initially, Monkey finds a great wraparound. Gala in danger, immediately seeks and desisted. Taeyun looks to try and pop him. But it takes so long. And Vampire and Karis take a while to get on over. Redsign kind of goes a bit wide, doesn't land onto anyone. And then Vampire and Taeyun don't really have the best exit here. A little bit rough on the exit play. Solid TPs in response from IG to punish the heavy dive onto that Varus. Still, the Gwen is giga strong for the Shy. This Ari, this Kai'Sa, still in a good spot this game. It's not the end of the world, even if that wasn't as clean as you'd like. Goldie, minimal. Seven stacks on that Dark Seal early. Mari feeling very happy on that front. Quietly, a lot of extra damage here. No one really wants to build up magic resist right now either. Taeyun 20 seconds, or 20 seconds, 20 stacks-ish. I'm getting that cull popped. That could be a pretty valuable moment as well First item's largely now completed across the board. Dragon started. I think Invictus Gaming going to just pop a Monkey waiting in the alcove. Looking at Lucy Gaming. Flash away from the Shiver. The cease and desist comes on through. The Hallowed Mist just looks like a graveyard sanctified ground to bury the doll. Mako now in danger. Ults to stay alive. But Cube went deep on that one. Gets shoved. Ends up being a trade of top laners. I think Cube could have backed out on that one. Monkey is low. Sorry, Monkey is low. Mako is low. Without the ultimate, that health bar advantage could prove problematic here. I think it might cost them a little bit. They still got the dragon, though. Taeyun in mid lane. 5th kill for this Ahri. By the book, please. You're set up for it so well this game. I think Cube didn't need to go further there onto Mako. Still had the flash. The ult was enough time. Too much CC. We'll have a look at the replay now. And you did get the shutdown on the Shy there. And that goal went all the way to Ahri's going for a Banshee's Veil. Interesting. Honestly, into the Chains of Corruption, into the Unraveled Earth, when you're already stacking up a lot of that damage with the Dark Seal, I think you do want to go towards the Medjai's next and then finish the Banshees. Hell, you could even just set up the Verdant Barrier. But I think if you're looking to play make, really useful into a lot of that initial bit of CC and zone control from things like Gala and Rookie. Does need to then be aggressively looking for charm plays, though. You need to be the tip of the spear with a build like that. Get value out of that Banshee's Veil. Please buy the Dark. Please buy the Medjai's. You've gone for the Banshee's Veil now as well, and the ult cooldown. You're as safe as you need to be. Get that amp. Genuinely delay that Banshees for the additional ramping power of that Medjai's. And you don't feel as bad about stopping off as there's that Ahri skin. Hey, Karis. Taeyun cashed in the Cole now. Gives him a little bit of a gold lead here into the Varus. He's evened up a lot of that CS2. So should be able to reset here. I think it'll be the Rage Blade second if I remember this build correctly. Maybe it's the Kraken Slayer. Can't quite remember, honestly. Kai'Sa builds always confound me just a touch. See what this build is, because if this is the lead build with the Umbral Glaive and stuff, apparently it's actually secretly quite good. I'm always hesitant to call out Kai'Sa builds I don't get. Gives you some wave clear into the Varus too, so I don't hate the static shift per se. Gives you a bit more scaling as the game goes on. Scales well with some of that magic damage as well. See what it ends up being. Herald up and available. Feats of Martial Mastery in for WE. They still need a turret or the first 3 objectives. IG, 1 objective away from claiming that objective marker. It would be a race for first turret. See how that plays out. The Shy cleaning up a wave under his turret. Doesn't really want to drop this if he can help it. Well, Salve when you need her. My guide to all things Gwen. Minute 20. Sole point for Invictus Gaming, 40 seconds. 1,000 or so gold lead for WE. Banshee's Veil completed by Karis. Gone for the full cooldown on that one. I think you should have gone Medjai's for this fight. I really do. Still, the decision's made. All right, Karis, justify it. You are into, in fairness, a Giga-Fed Gwen. And also the Talia, so get value out of the MR, get value out of the increased cooldown on that spell shield. Like it's an unvaluable item. You could have really snowballed this fight. Rage Blade into Nash's, I agree. For that Kai'Sa, and it is the Rage Blade. Thought it might be. Into the Nash's. Good on hit. More of an AP variant. In fairness, you got AD damage elsewhere. Still be pretty good on the on hit. Dragon started. Down to 7k HP. We begin. Looking for an angle on him. Monkey. Into the pit. Split off a little bit. Needs to try and find the way out. We'll see this as well. JJ taking low. Flash on out. Dragon secured. That's the whole point. What about the fight afterwards? Looking to get to the backline with a public execution as Cube. They've killed off Vampire. Mako also low. Cube needs to flash away. Does so. Kairos out and out to safety. Needs to try and dodge away. Still got an ult to roll with. Doesn't need to burn it quite yet. Still desperately trying to get a reset. It's an awful fight for WE. Monkey split off and now Kairos stuck under the turret. No kills, no resets, stacks go down. Just needed more damage. Monkey got separated. Nearly popped JJ and people don't manage to turn around on it. They get Atakan afterwards. What a disaster.
Hello, I'm hopping in to see how badly things are going for our dear WE. They've been looking all right. I mean,
there was a 2,000 gold lead on Kairos, 9 stacks on the Dark Seal, and finishes up a Banshee's Veil coming into a Soul Point fight. Just get the Medjais.
Yeah, well, Cube's getting run down on the side lane too now. As a GA, might be able to take one. Doubt that's even going to happen.
No.
Steep.
The team fight issues have been, we've seen good individual plays from WE. When it's on their turn, the team fights itself have felt a little bit like they've got step 1 down and not everything else. Here's this replay where basically Weaver's Wall leaves Monkey split off on the pit and he gets a decent chunk down, but then the turnaround fight is just not great. Taeyun doesn't find a good angle in, and the public execution's a separate target to everyone else.
Taeyun initially starts that fight in a good spot, getting auto attacks over the wall. As Kai'Sa, who's quite low range,
good job. Also a good flash, sorry.
It's a great flash over the charm, but yeah, I think the big difference is Taeyun found a great start to the fight, couldn't really capitalize with it. Anyway, I'm gonna go do things which are not League of Legends. Very, very
oh my days!
I know, it's incredible. I could offer you an egg in this trying time, but I actually really want my cream egg.
Eat your cream egg, that's fine.
And Sam, do you want to go get ramen later at that place?
Oh,
there's a very good.
Oh yes, I do.
I need a constellation ramen for some of the things that were sick us.
Oh, that sounds great. All right, I'll leave you to it, mate. Taeyun did absolutely nothing. Yeah, he kind of did, didn't he? That's Soul Point and a gold lead and Atakan. Yikes. 4 grubs too. Pretty good. That's a good spot for the Kai'Sa, but then you need to actually find value with the ult. Did not. Taeyun doesn't get a reset. Herald now comes summoning on through. Weaver's Wall on down, and IG suddenly in commanding position in this game. Another kill onto Monkey. Finally get a turret of their own, will WE. But IG on the verge of breaking this base in half. Won't stick around for the inhibitor. That would have been a step too far. Can they? Well, that's a weird old positioning for this Herald. Hang on. Dun, 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 dun. You missed! I assume saw too many people. Yeah, that would be a bit far and backed off it. Well, didn't charge the turret, but did use it to escape. Maybe decided against it as they went past. I'll be honest, Vampire isn't even playing that terrible. Yeah, like, so Vampire is playing really well when WE are making proactive plays on their terms. However, when the creative engage angles disappear, Vampire has a nasty habit of just saying, fuck it, I'll flash on the first target I see. This isn't bad though. Rookie taken out. Karis looking to play this one out. Still has an ult to work with. Chains of Corruption land, though, means he's now in danger. Begins to ult away. Kindly good to get in danger as the public execution guns on down. The Locket shield is solid, though. Karis still with an ult to work with. Needs to hop away as the needles come on through. Vampire knocked up. Mako goes down, though. Gives another reset to Karis. Can't look for too much more. Ends up being a 2 for 2, which isn't super awful, Charm. Just wide. Gala does still have that spell shield to work with and safe enough. Shy, though, and it's not to bother himself. W comes on through, but will be immediately Hallowed Misted. And so Gwen is vaccinated. Namely, she's immune. When are we getting like a Surgeon or an Anesthetist Gwen? Be a great skin with all the needles and the immunity. Have a look at this again. So initially, good charm, great chunk, Q flash, fantastic. Imagine if you just had a little bit more damage. It'd be a lot easier. The Chains of Corruption here ends up being really valuable. Public execution on him, but JJ buys enough time. Basically, between the Hallowed Mist and the Crescent Guard, very difficult to finish people off without fully engaging into the melee ranging issue. And this Gwen is so strong. We don't talk about the scissors incident, oh boy. Here we go again. Over the back, Monkey looking to try and turn from the Shy. Hops ahead, has got 3 stacks on that Q available, so the snip would be pretty violent. Both solo laners looking to get on top of Monkey. Oh dear. Needlework comes on in, we'll try and cease and desist to buy some time. Will surely die. Rookie taking about half all the while. What can WE do on the other side, though? Public execution. Onto Gala. Still has that Edge of Night spell shield. Taeyu ulting, flashing, but Gala flashes away to safety. They finally kill off the Alistair, but IG just outplay it. And Gala has enough shielding and enough summoner spells to buy the time required. WE aced just for the cow. A worthy sacrifice. A sacrificial... well, not lamb, it's a cow, isn't it? Will lead to IG barreling through mid lane and ending the game. Competitive early. WE with some good moments, but the team fights just weren't it. IG ready every time. And the coordinated plays when you have more than 3 people trying to do the same thing just weren't there this time around. Good stuff from Invictus Gaming. Hey up, folks. Initialise here. Taking over for Nymaera for the second half of the day. We solo cast and dream. We drop that volume down to -15. I think the Shy played very well there. Shy or JJ probably is your MVPs, isn't it? Great Gwen game. Great Xin Zhao game. Can't ask for too much more than that one. But hello. For the record, I am Initialise. You may have seen me on some things. The LEC, NLC, Emir Masters. I am Alex, namely Nymaera's older brother. We've cast League of Legends together. Since 2020, we started together during lockdown, and here we are doing it professionally. Oh God, 5 years later. That's a scary thought. Scary thought. But here we are on Nymaera's Twitch, YouTube, and over on Anivia's YouTube. bringing the LPL to you pretty much every day of the week. We took the weekend off because our dad came to visit. Really lovely. Actually, really important for us to take a bit of time off. I feel refreshed, rejuvenated, ready to keep giving you some wonderful LPL action. If you can, guys, consider following on the various channels we're live on. Anivia's, the YouTube, Twitch. If you can, think about dropping some comments, getting involved. If you see a cool clip, maybe post it on socials, on Reddit, on Twitter, and that kind of thing. Makes a huge deal. There's a few people been doing that recently. It makes a huge difference to us. Keeps the discoverability high. It helps keep the LPL community running. There's some great plays. And with the community now fractured into various co-streamers, helping supporters with a little bit of that social reach can make a huge deal. And especially if you love the LPL, it could be a really good way to do that. That as well. Of course, on the monetary end, not to shill out too hard, but actually to shill out super hard. If you do have that ability to drop a Prime sub here, if you are an Amazon Prime user, if you do have that ability to donate, to super chat, to go use the tip links, just subscribe normally on things like Twitch can make a massive difference to mine and Alex's ability to keep doing this on the regular basis. We are doing this pretty much every day of the week. It's a lot of bloody work, guys. I'm going to split up our casting a little bit just to make sure we aren't all burning out here. So a lot more solo casting to allow us both to have a bit of a break here and there. So for those of you who are subbing, and again, thank you out. The likes of Ruby Spider Stay has been giving out a lot of the gift sub. Means a huge, huge difference. Really, really does help us keep us in business. So for those who do have that ability, as I said, very welcomed here in particular. Yeah, the Shy didn't sprint this game. No, he did not. No, he did not. IG drafted for 5v5, did it well. I agree. WE drafted for pick and kept picking this damn Xin Zhao. I mean, yes, but the Xin Zhao, you did have the ability to actually pick the Xin Zhao because everybody could get inside the bubble. But the Ahri build ended up being quite defensive setup. And so 2 people couldn't quite pop him before he managed to get enough time bought to stay alive. I think if that had been a Medjai's and stuck on the Verdant Barrier, we might be talking slightly differently. I think Taeyun and Cube as well weren't that coordinated with the Vi engages, and they ended up picking different targets. And because they were just far enough behind that they weren't individual threats and needed to be group threats, if that makes sense. Okay, 3 people dive at the same target and blow them up and play from there. They end up like, okay, we've taken 80% of one person's health bar, and then Cube and Taeyun have gone on to somebody else. Not quite the right calls. That's a bit different if you are half an item ahead, right? Then you're a legitimate threat by yourself. That didn't really happen. So for me, a little bit of itemization difference and a little bit of target selection mid-team fighting. I don't think the Xin Zhao necessarily is an unpickable target, assuming you either build slightly differently or all in slightly differently. Hey, Grumpy, thank you for the gift subs. Appreciate you doing that one. Welcome to the community, those who've been suborned in. Oh, I turned the wrong thing down. Apologies. That needs to go down to -15. That needs to go back up. Welcome, Katie Lolocap. Budget mecha, right, Sam? That was the joke, wasn't it? Yeah. More support. The budget of the bros makes a massive difference. There's the Gwen MVP. Congratulations to the Shy, who, in fairness, had a very good game. A lot of damage. A lot of early kills. A lot of value. On the Soul Fighter Gwen skin as well. Just Shy things. Yeah, that's a correct angle. We thinking IG gonna win the second one too? Alright. Konstantinos. That's a very Greek name. I'm assuming you're Greek with a name like that. Let me lay some truth on you. That's a full house for the Shy votes. There you go. Let me lay some truth out for you. Invictus Gaming will never, ever be trustworthy. The moment you think they are a normal team with consistency, with a regular game plan, they will do the most deeply unserious, silly things you've ever seen in your life. And it will all go wrong. That said, Invictus Gaming probably are the better team. They will hands check WE and be happy to do so. But there is an Invictus Gaming second game coming. And that should worry you. Consistently inconsistent. They take you a bit of that Weibo moniker on, I agree. But there we go, right, time to run some ads. They should win, but will they? Who the bloody hell knows? Right, running some ads.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
I should probably go make myself another coffee. I should do that. In fact, I will do that. Ha. Should win seems like a correct description for a team like IG. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
사실 정확한 이유는 정확히 모르겠지만 보통 세 번째 판을 지는 거면은 집중력 문제도 좀 있다 생각해서 그런 부분도 좀 신경 쓰고 상대 팀에 비해서 어떤 움직임 같은 게 한 번씩 느린 경우가 좀 있어서 그런 문제들을 고치고 좀 더 집중해서 하면은 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 모든 경기를 다 보진 않았지만 그래도 챙겨보는 편인데 일단 상대팀 같은 경우가 더샤이 선수가 되게 다양한 챔피언들도 많이 하고 탐리달리 같은 걸로 되게 압박도 많이 주는 걸로 알고 있어서 그런 부분들을 저희가 잘 보완하고 잘 생각해서 뱀픽도 하고 게임을 플레이하는 거가 제일 좋은 것 같고 IG랑 대회하는 거는 거의 처음? 오랜만? 이렇게 하는 것 같은데 그래서 기대도 되고 잘해서 이번에는 꼭 이겨보겠습니다.
우선 다음 경기까지 이제 연습할 수 있는 시간이 하루 이틀 정도 남았는데 이제 그동안에 움직임이라든지 이제 그런 부분을 좀 조율하면 좋을 것 같고 챔피언 뱀픽적인 부분도 사실 최근에 꽤 많은 변화가 이루어져서 이제 그런 부분에 대한 대회 준비, 연습을 해보면 좀 좋은 결과가 나오지 않을까 싶습니다. 큐버 선수가 좀 선호하는 챔피언들이 좀 다른 선수들이랑 다르게 아트록스를 좀 선호하는 부분을 보여준 것 같아서 이제 그런 부분에 대한 준비가 필요할 것 같고 전사류 챔피언들을 많이 다루는 것 같아요. 그래서 네, 잘 준비해서 상대를 잘 해야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
I return now at the turning of the draft. Colour that one up, shall we? I've got coffee. I got a dream. And I got game 2. So, Invictus Gaming on blue side. Worth note, interesting choice. WE choose red after the loss. Lilia first picked into the Azir Ezreal. Double range, double mobility. It is the classic WE carry combo. Taeyun, for my money, his best champion has been this Ezreal, the split. Gala has been a good combo player with Invictus Gaming on this misfortune. Earned himself a lot of MVPs with it. A little less individual agency, but fantastic team synergy options here. And a very easy go button with something like the Lilting Lullaby. Reminder, bullet time does not wake you up from the lullaby. You just sleep through the damage. It's brutal stuff. Pretty sure that interaction still works. In fact, we'll double check it now. Pretty sure that one. Couldn't find a description there, but I'm sure it is. There's the Yone 2. Oh boy, that wombo is brutal. Monkey on the Skarner. It's arguably the reason why they're up here in the Ascension group. 3 insane pickoffs into Arn in a row. Put EDG down into Nirvana effectively. A couple faker shirts here. Still incredibly popular even across the pond. Even as they curse his ability to bring down their teams internationally, he is still the GOAT. A lot of love and respect over in the LPL fandom still. He had to close down an airport that Faker was flying into. So many fans came to see him. Pretty ridiculous. Still, IG. Big damage core now, big engage tools. You could probably use an engage support to help set up some of those skill shot reliant ultimates a bit more freely. A Leona, a Rel goes very hard here. Which is why they've been banned by WE. The Jax, the Cube specialty. They get rid of the Nico as well, which is something the Vampire likes to go with. What are we looking at now? Vladimir's a fun hover, but it's been hovered before. I ain't saying nothing till that one's locked in. Can be pretty annoying for things like the Yone, the Lily, and the MF. You can immune some of their big ultimates, assuming you press W at the right time. But instead, I think the more defensive option of the Braum makes some sense. Can do a good job of blocking out the Lilia ult and the Misfortune ult with the door being held up. Unbreakable by Nate. Hopefully by Unbreakable by nature for WE. Rakan would be good engage here. It's a Mako special. How happened in the mid game getting caught out on the Birdman once or twice here. Still, good pairing with the Yone, with the Lilia. You can battle down to those more melee focused champions and get yourself another angle in. What are we looking at top side now? Yorick. Oh, Shy. Is it that time of the day? Have we seen the Shy on Yorick yet? I'm not sure we have. No, there we go. All right, Yorick locked in. So, we're now playing a 1-3-1 or a 1-4. The Yone and the Yorick, very, very scary in the side lanes. You get to 2 items there, plus some grubs. People will die. Big team fight wombo combo, even if the setup requires a little bit of a hand stiff. Need a good Lilting Lullaby, a good Rakan engage, a free balled Yone ultimate, those kinds of things. Not always easy to find, but if you do, combo's nasty. For WE, your ability to keep your backline alive will be critical. The Azir and the Ezreal outrange heavily this game. The rest of your team's job is to keep them alive and free firing. Set up around objectives first. Use your range advantage. Stack that way. Less good in the side lanes, but who cares if you can get towards the soul point or whatever. That'll be key. Objective setups in the early games. Can IG get a few? Will WE get enough of a ball rolling there to force Invictus Gaming out of their side lane and skirmish play patterns? Trying to break through the bulwark of a Skarner Braum to get on top of an Ezreal and Azir. Have all the tools in the world to outplay a lot of those skill shot reliant ults. A cleanse on Taeyun I think will be very valuable to manage something like that. Lilting Lullaby, though I could see a barrier still. See what the decision is here in a second or two. Fun. Taeyun's been pretty good on the Ezreal. I agree, Karzal. Easy 2-0. With someone with KT in their name, Lomo, that's a risky statement to make, isn't it? Let's let the crowd yell for a second, and then we'll come back on in. Oh. Never quiet. Monkey flash at level 1. Some more of that. I was going to say layering. I think I was going to try to go for yelling. Don't know quite what word I was deciding to go for. Yodeling, perhaps. Who knows? IG. Oh my days, that's a statistical advantage. Interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of these players are very good at these champions. I think rookies, Yone, sometimes been a little mixed. In fact, let me go double check that. I have a sneaking suspicion. Numbers aren't fantastic for him. GOL. Cube. Good level 1 into the Shy. He'll still send some ghouls at the cube, which will help turn this one around a bit. Wants to get another grass proc if he can. Can't quite do it. Monkey, remember, has no flash, and that's meant that this level 1 invade is going to come on through. As JDG gets to nab those, and then potentially roam right the way over to their own Raptors. Ensure there's no real cross map available. It's a bit of a chunk there onto Karis, who trades back with the soldiers well. Thought so. Rookie with the 46% win rate, Yone, across 13 games. Not been his best, has to be said. Very hit and miss. I think the thing is, when he's picked up the Yone, it's been when he's been on teams that have been less successful, which will hurt those numbers a fair amount. But hey, the guy who's seen a lot of work being done as Cube has to be a bit wary of those ghouls coming at him. All-in combo available. Who hits level 3 first? Oh boy. It could get scary yet. Wait. JDG clears out his whole jungle. Has that advantage in terms of the camps. Monkey's going to roam on and realize they're all taken and realize he's wasted his time. That's going to hurt. It means that JDG can just fight over these grubs. Rookie had to be aware that Monkey could do this. Unbinds the soul, rebinds it, flashes, stays alive, but down that summoner. An early reset will be the penance. Early on, the Renekton will be annoying for the Yorick. Later on, a lot harder. Doesn't kill the ghouls as freely as he once did. The AoE damage to ghouls really nerfed. They stick around and become very obnoxious. You can slice and dice over the Dark Procession, that helps. You do hit a point where the Renekton stops winning that as freely. JDG throws down the Blooming Blows, misses the Swirl Seed. Don't want to blow too much here. Raptors have respawned. Karis forced to time on that reset. And oh no, here comes the Yone wanting to play around this. Nice little smite fight for the Raptors. Claims a lot of them. They can head straight back towards their own jungle. Is he going to try and play for the other Scuttle Crab? I would. Just keep messing with this Skarnet. Lily's still got a health pot. Jory Champ's supposed to be weak before 6? Kind of is. Depends how many Graves you get to work with. But the early priority here as well. Really favoring JJ. Let's go back to their Raptors on spawn. Oh my days. I think you do Raptors. Krugs. Reset. Head over towards those grubs. Feel very smug about your first buy. Monkey's going to be a known quantity now. JJ available to come support over on those Krugs. So, the reset finally comes on through for this Lilia. There is that Faded Ashes and the Ruby Crystal as well. So an extra 400 or so gold. Giving you a decent chunk of HP there, more. Let's play around these grubs. Has the level 5 already. Goes looking for that Mortal Steel Part 3. The Steelaning onto Karis, who says no. Fight over the grubs. Smite fight available. First was secured by Monkey. And he'll drive on out happy enough to have secured one. Prevented the full set going on over. JJ burned his smite too by the looks of it. Or didn't quite secure it. Either way. Oh, lands the Swirl Seal, but Monkey's swift enough with that smite to go, yeah, no, you don't. Just keep doing that. Please stop. Dragon up. Monkey, Soul and Bounce. Doesn't go for a Q3 with Vampire Ram. Might have been a bit risky. Especially with Karis having ult. Shove him on the tower for a half his health bar. Could have been very frustrating. As the Shy with the Maiden of the Mist up and available. Q3 into the Fate Seal on 2. Nice combo, lilting Lullaby. Puts the Azir in a difficult position. JJ, no! Failed the flash over the Emperor's Divide, and so will die. Oh, this Lily had been playing so well. Can still keep running, doesn't matter. Burns a few more flashes, but will go down. Oh, JJ. Oops. All the hard work to fumble the execution on the Azir. Trying to get over the wall before the Lilting Lullaby timed out, I have to assume, but still, that one sucks. A lot of flashes blown for this, though, and the resets are still going to have to come on through, so Dragon won't go down. Bit of a kerfuffle, that one. Who picked it up? It was the Braum. Huh. Best target. Either of the other players would have been better. Let's have a look at this reset again. So initially, Rookie finds a great Q3 into the R. Sets up a great Lilting Lullaby. Then JJ just fumbles the flash. A flash. Watch out EQ. Kills Karis there very easily. Thousand Kites with the willful ignorance. I definitely didn't see it. La di da da da. Buffer by like 20 milliseconds. Yeah, can happen. Karis wiping the sweat off his forehead there. He's about to have a very bad day on the Azir if that failed flash hadn't come on through. Don't look at top tower. Ooh, dear. Hang on. Well, Q. Gonna pop the ult. Oh, no! Failed the flash. So much to clear out the dark procession, but it's now caught in an awful position. The slows are on in. The ghouls are there. And to redemption for JJ. Helps pick up a kill top side. Bot side, though. Jungler was revealed. Won't see anything happen bot side. Monkey on his red buff. Leaves that one alone. The Shy having an absolute field day top side, though. Now 20 CS. Gets to pick up another plate. Driven to the wall. Will throw down the dark procession. Flashes out of the Impale. So Monkey will at least get that summoner spell. The Maiden going to sit here and chunk Monkey out of it. Can't quite claim that second plate, but saves Q from losing another plate, which would have been a bit disastrous. Monkey can't quite find that Mortal Steel proc. Concerning signs for Renekton, level 8 and already getting gapped. Yeah, I mean, this is about... Level 9 is probably the strongest single point in the game that Renekton find. Level 9 to first item. First completed or like fully maxed ability. Into first item completion, about as strong as the Renekton gets. Sizio coming on down, fails to flash over the wall. Couple awkward flashes we've seen from both teams now. LPL players can't flash through terrain today. Seemingly no. Seemingly no. Also, Yone being up 10 CS somehow into the Azir is kind of wild. I'll note that Azir's just reset, whereas Yone hasn't. That might change as yet. We'll see. Yorick plus 5 grubs is a big W. Yeah, it is. We've seen some Yorick win conditions, and the Shy with pressure is going to be such a problem because WE don't want to play for side lanes. They want to play for the grouped up fights. They want to drag the Shy away from the side lanes. Otherwise, this is going to happen on repeat. Dominus is popped. JJ won't press ult. First dragon's going to be taken by WE, and that's great. But it's nearly 12 minutes into the game. Soul is a long, long way away, folks. And Invictus Gaming have all the tools to play for turrets and ignore the Soul win condition for a very long time. When is Soul Point potentially happening? Well, we got a 16-ish minute Dragon 2, 21-minute Soul Point. It's a 26-minute Soul. Assuming IG don't take a Dragon before that. Oof. Shit. Nabs another Raptor camp. 20 CS up. The Andrews completed. This is looking very good for Invictus Gaming, and the proactivity we saw from W in Game 1, very absent here in Game 2. This draft was predicated on getting to play around objectives. The Renekton, which was supposedly able to manage the Yorick in the early game, has not. Azir and Ezreal just not online yet. And Azir, we should be able to be fine with the One, honestly. In the lane, at least. Losing out a lot of prio has let JJ constantly make Monkey's life hell. If it stalls out at this point, it's fine. Well, Dominus popped. This is about as strong as you get. Shy. No Maiden. But just gets to run back towards tower. That's not great. Monkey's around with Vampire here. Does JJ care? I don't know if he does, actually. There's the red buff secured. That's the upgraded smite coming on through. Mako now in danger. Hops over the wall with the battle lance, and the Impale goes wide. Mako not caught out that one. The Shy just walked out. Yes, he did, Snail Pals. Yes, he did. WE chose red side and are losing. Yeah. Yeah, I think this Yorick's put a real real timer on this comp for me in some ways. Because IG now in a very scary position. They can give up this next dragon in trade for the side lane turrets and be very, very scary. I think you play for Herald, you play for turret shove, and with Yone, who's able to unbind his soul and run at a turret for free. With the Shy now getting towards first item. It's going to get very difficult for WE. Don't get me wrong, if it comes down to 5v5s, life is good still for WE. If you get 2 items level 11 for Karis and Taeyu, life is good again. Getting onto this Ezreal and Azir will not be an easy task on a regular basis, if you can get to that point. My issue is right now that the Azir and the Ezreal aren't threats, and the front line will absolutely melt to the IG combo. And the skirmishes, the 2v2s, the 3v3s around these side lanes are going to be desperately unpleasant right now. The Yone and Yorick, the push and pull of the Invictus Gaming solo lane is so famed for their ability to play out side lanes with incredible amounts of pressure. It's going to be miserable. These ghouls are going to consistently spawn, and Cube's playing a zombie survival game. It's Nacht to Underton out here. He needs a Wunderwaffe and a dream. Last rites for a bonk on Cube's head. Trinity Force is done. If he stacks enough Morning Mist, Cube will just cry. Good to see you, Rich Tomato. You just look, they'll pull W around the map with the leading Yorick. Exactly. And if you're following the Yorick, you're not following the Yone. You're not following where JDG is on this Lilia, who's going to be tracking Monkey this entire game. Flash on out, battle dance into the lilting lullaby, and the bullet time with the quickness. Interrupted, though, by a good glacial fissure. That puts Mako's life in danger. It looked like a good moment from JDG. It's Karis! Finds a moment. Yone looking to fade sealed in the backline. Can't quite do it. Tell you, look at the angles. Mystic shots over the wall. And they'll get an additional kill there. Great interrupt from Vampire. That flash critical there. All the while, though, Cube crying in this 1v1. But that was a kill for WE that was well earned and earned. Every flash there from Invictus Gaming. The Shy, the only person not there, doesn't blow his. Good work from Karis. Every flash from WE blown just to get that. And the Herald was secured at the very least, and the kill was secured at the very least. Big moment for WE in the grand scheme of things. They needed that. Still lost the first turret, though. Let's have a look again. Because initially, I thought IG had played this one really well. Flash from Monkey into a flash out from JJ and the battle dance. And the lilting lullaby with the quickness should have been good. But it was buffered through by that glacial fissure, which interrupted the combo. And then Karis gets to slide, glide, and flash for an Emperor's Divide. Honestly, Vampire, really nice. Karis, really nice. Gets a kill for Taeyu. We go back towards the dragon. If they can pick up another dragon here, it's better news for Invictus Gaming. 2 critical objectives. 2 dragons and the Herald to try and bring Invictus Gaming to the board in 4 or so minutes. That's actually really good. A lot of those woes in the 1v1s, in the 2v2s are not there in the 4v4s and 5v5s. That was really necessary. If that fight had gone wrong, if one of those objectives had gone towards IG, I would have said lights out for this game. That keeps WE within touching distance, honestly. So, Rookie. Mortal Steel Part 3 onto Vampire. Not that much damage, but still the front line going to suffer here. Dark Possession puts Monkey into a difficult position. Another Lilting Lullaby. Not Lilting Lullaby. Swell Seed lands. And the burn will continue to make Skarner's life difficult. Fate sealed into the bullet time. Monkey just about surviving. Swell Seeds. Oh my days. Just about lives. The Unbreakable. Just about enough. Bloody hell, folks. Not even close. Monkey's surely saying in all chat. Noah, you're on the same brain jet wave as I am. I see you in Twitch. Tier 1 in mid lane, though, will fall as a result of this. And IG get the structure. Every outer turret now down. Karis going to try and play for that top tier 1. Don't know how easy that's going to be here. Should be able to do so, I think. So there is a trade. You've got Herald, so you can try and play for that tier 1 in mid at some point. Single charge would bring that down. Actually, it's already been used, hasn't it? That's what was used mid. Apologies. Had a moment there. Let's have a look at the replay. Herald's already been dropped. Monkey forced back by that Dark Possession. Just wide on that Mortal Steel. And then Rookie with a Q3. He's going to unbind his soul in a second. Finds that into the sealed bullet time combo after. But the Locket Shield, the Guardian, the Unbreakable makes it difficult. Atakan's been spotted in the picture-in-picture, though, so hold your nerves, guys. We're going right back into the action. WE want to pull this one. Monkey tries to go look for the Impale. JJ flashes out. Means he can't get into the Atakan, though. Down to 3k HP. The Shy trading out with Mako and Cube, who's in danger. Monkey down to a 3rd HP. He's going to get Q3. Can't quite go down, though. Vampire burns the Unbreakable. Cube healing up. Dominus about to proc down to 2,000 HP. Is the Atakan, though, and oh my days. They just leash it. Mako's in danger. Can look to battle dance out to safety. And they'll pick up all of those petals, and WE tried to force a fight, and Invictus Gaming were more than willing to play it. We might have to look back and see that replay. Monkey tried to take JJ out of the picture, couldn't. Shy and Mako, Rookie and JJ were scary enough to threaten without having to burn any of their ultimates except that quickness. It's a close game. Bloody hell, even after that Atakan went their way. I wonder whether that might change now. That's a very even game state. Dragon stacking's a thing. Let's have a look. Flash. Ixtal's impact. Impale went wrong. Shy and Mako doing a lot of work, and Vampire doing his best to try and decide which side he's going to go towards. Mako just about survives. Atakan nearly took him out. And Cube gets to retreat as well, but it does mean that the Atakan swiftly secured by a Watch Out Eat and Smite combo. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Second item's now completed. Oh boy. Now this is Eren Ezreal a bit scarier, but then again on the other side, Shojin, Riftmaker, Stride Breakout onto some of those more mobile characters. Scary stuff for Invictus Gaming. This, I think, will be our telling point. Have IG gotten enough of a lead from those side lanes and the Atakan to make this fight theirs? Monkey, no flash, but can look to go on forward with the Ixtal's impact. Dragon secured, but they get the root. But the turnaround with the bullet time and the Lilting Lullaby puts Vampire into a very scary position. Gala dodges the True Shot Barrage. Cube healing up with his Cull the Meek. Turnaround makes it a 2 for 2 right now, but Gala flashes on forward to secure another. The health bars of Invictus Gaming desperately low, and Taeyun can just hop off. And hops all over him. It's a triple kill. The Ezreal unthreatened, unbothered. We're in a 4v4. Well, 4v3, I apologize. It's a great Scorpion picture. Gets me all confuzzled. But he stays alive. And Taeyun, we said he would be difficult to touch in these fights. He was difficult to touch in these fights. Now 4-0. Dragon secure, but that fight was anything but easy for Invictus Gaming. Eyes on this man now in the fights. If he isn't brought low, he's going to keep doing this. So, Initially, the root lands onto one. And Gala has to cleanse and get the best bullet time ever. Karis, of course, left in a pretty tricky position. And Rookie's going to miss his Fate Seal, end up on the wrong side of the horse, has to keep 3 back over. All the while, Taeyun is untouched. Rookie now in danger, and Gala and Mako split off as Taeyun goes flashing for that auto. Gets to jump on the Rookie as well. Really good stuff from the Ezreal. It's a good fight from JJ too, don't get me wrong. But on to who? Taeyun broke the backs of most of the carries there. But denying Soul Point gives you another 5 minutes to play around 5 grubs and 2 item solo lanes. This Yorick is going to be a problem. The Skarner ults have been underwhelming, yeah. But the Braum ults, they haven't. The Azir ults, they haven't. We said it might come down to team fights, and I worried that WE have fumbled a little bit too much in the early game for them to get there. They are there now, I think. Feats of strength secured as well. Valuable for this Azir and this Ezreal. Decide to just get that brief spike now, when things like Baron now up on the table. Delay that 3rd item spike in favor of that risky. Thanks for the sub, aka the kid. Prime value. And a good timing here. Rookie! Gonna be sealed up by the Impale. They blow him up. Turn around onto that Rakan as well. The Shy gonna be rooted by the Winter's Bite. The concussive blows. Karis nearly taken out by the Maiden. Won't do. And suddenly you've got Baron and everyone's dead. JJ and Gala nowhere to be found. How did that get set up? Oh my days. Gold lead is gone. Baron's up. WE might just have found exactly what they need to win this game. I need to see how on earth both solo laners were separated from their jungle and AD carry like that around the Baron. So Rookie just gets split off. They TP in to try and defend it. Mako goes battle dancing and quicknessing, but the Impale is there to interrupt the grand entrance, and it's perplexing stuff from IG. Cube zones off both the Renekton and the Misfortune. I just don't get it. That was awful. I wasn't expecting a fight there because there shouldn't have been a fight there. Rookie's Yone in the mid game continues to be really underwhelming. His 14th game, and it might well be his 9th loss. Can jump onto Cube here. Needs to be wary of a lilting lullaby. Won't be procs. They'll head on towards this tier 2. Can't quite get that down. Still, rapidly loses a lot of his HP bar there, courtesy of the mites. Oh, Rookie. The decision making, the side laning on this champion just hasn't been it for you, has it? Monkey knocked up. But he's just not as squishy as he once was Monkey. Still unkilled, by the way. How many times did IG try to blow him up? Karis being jumped on here. In the Dark Procession, the Shy though running the other direction as Vampire holds the door between two. TPing in, this will be Rookie joining, but now Karis is in danger, needs to be wary. Can look for an angle, bullet time! JJ goes golden, Cube in danger, Fate sealed, Karis goes golden himself, immunes that angle from Rookie. Health bar desperately low for Invictus Gaming, looking to clear out the wave, but they've killed off Cube, they've killed off Vampire, into the backhand goes Mako, gets a knocker, and that's on to the god of people. Mortal Steel claims another, now Taeyun's in danger, trying to arcade shift away, but we all know how that show ends, in misery. They get everyone but Monkey. They can run down bot lane. They can get the Dragon and Invictus Gaming. Find their own moment. It's on the other side of the map, though. Oh, you're not entertained. JJ with some heroics. Rookie, some redemption. Let's have a look again. The Shy looks like he's been caught, but he's going to buy a lot of time. Vampire tries to hold off 3 members. It's the right decision, but they don't kill the Shy. And Karis suddenly gets TP'd onto. Nowhere to run. Mako gets out as JJ goes gold. I apologize. A lot of good Zonyas there. Karis and JJ with some serious value. The health bars look rough. But that Swell Seed burns out the Renekton. The Maiden helps get another. And Mako will decide to throw his life into the frying pan to cook up something for Invictus Gaming. Buys enough time for Rookie to find another Q3. They finally bring down Taeyun. No flash, no cleanse. Baron's in 2 minutes, and that could be a problem, as they say. So, folks, Mako being caught. Never mind setup time. Oh, Mako! Nice little vision play. But he has been known to get caught out at these times on the game on the Rakan, hasn't he? 0, 5, and 5. Oops. Baron in a minute. And Mako, all of your vision setup prior to Dragon goes through your support and jungle. Mako, his 3 wards plus control ward plus sweeper, not up and available to help set up for this Dragon. That could be a problem. The Shy, though, with a Sterak's now completed, is very scary if he gets time alone. Shoves out that wave and will force Cube to come on over as the Shy will roam up mid to go through there. The turret game, much better for Invictus Gaming. About 2,500 gold. Rookie unbites the soul. Can look to clear out this wave very safely now as Mako's there to defend. Nice angle from him. Don't get too much down onto him as Vampire. Will fight over vision with his opposite number. The Shy ain't leaving anytime soon though, is he? Minute and a half on Dragon. Soul point for either team now. Cloud Soul. Huh. On Rakan, on Yone, on Lilia. All very valuable. A little less good on the Yorick, has to be said. Not so great on the MF. But the move speed will be good. Infinity Edge now done for this MF as well. You think Darius is much better versus Yorick? I can see it. Can trade through the Dark Procession. The only thing is I feel like the Maiden can still be a bit of a menace. You have to play in her range a bit too much, and if you don't bring her down, life is difficult. Mako goes looking forwards, only onto Monkey. Can't quite get Taeyun as well. Try to use the sweeper to go for the read. Never know who's going to win an LPL match until the game is over. Very true. All right, towards the Baron we go. To determine the victor for this game, surely. Baron secured by W. The bullet time, though, is excellent! And the Azir dies. The Impale is not bad afterwards. They're trying to keep Taeyun rolling. They kill off the Rakan. JJ goes golden. GA is popped. Flash away from Monkey. Will not keep him alive. Taeyun over the wall, trying to get some value down. Cube flashes on forwards. Will at least bring the Lilia down with him. No smite now to work with on either side. Dragon's up. IG can pick it up. 2 for 3. Baron is WE's. Don't know how much we've got to get done right now. This is 30 seconds on anyone meaningful for split pushing. And Dragon, an awful consolation prize here. Youch, the bullet time hurts now. Let's have a look again. Rookie and JJ go looking for the combo. Karras goes golden. The Mako with the quickness buys a lot of time. Impale, not the best there. Gets some value, but not enough. Mako will die at the end of it all. And JJ goes golden. The GA down on Cube isn't up. I think you just leave there, JJ. Flash gets him killed too. Of course, down the GA, down the Flash now. This Renekton is still a late game Renekton. Not having the easiest time here. This MF is so fast with the Dragon stacks. Yeah. Strut plus Cloud Soul, well, plus 3 Cloud Dragons is a very fast misfortune. She can be really problematic, actually, for some of those skill shot champions. Taeyun be playing MC Hammer this time around. Can't touch this, apparently. Did IG get the Atakan? They did, yes. It's empowering those Cloud Dragons too, reminder. Mako, stunned up briefly. Baron to work with a lot of turrets to claim for WE. If only they can find the angles. Baron should help. Rakan with 4 Cloud Drakes and a Cloud Soul. Yeah, that could be nasty. Been picked off a lot this game, but he is being asked to kind of be primary engaged into a team that's pretty set up to shut him down. Swirl Seed damage, though, really hurts. Had to be Mikhail's there as the Lilting Lullaby came on through. Karras down to 2/3/1/2. Riftmaker and Zonya's done for JJ. Makes him do a lot of work here. Monkey drives on through. Quickness traded out as the Fate Seal is going to be Zonya's. Vampire flashing away to safety. Mako still alive. Monkey in danger. Cube pops the Dominant, trying to find an angle on him. Will slice, will dice. But I don't know how well he's rolling today. Looks like the casino is IG's and the house always wins. They pick up the kill onto Cube. As the rest of WE need to run, the Swirl Seed will go bowling for soup. Trying to turn Vampire into exactly that particular bit of sustenance. Over goes Karras, tries to find something, but it's a desperation play at best. 3 members dead. Taeyun with no mana will desperately try to clear out the mid wave as Rookie. Q3 unbites the soul, looks to jump onto the Ezreal under the turret and brings him low too. Invictus Gaming punish under that tier 2. And WE will fail to capitalize on the Barons. A competitive mid game. Some great team fights, but not a game win. Not today. No win. Off the team named after Victory. WE fall short here. And 2-0 for IG. Certainly not an easy game, though. Had to fight for it, did Invictus Gaming, despite some good early game leads. Team fights, the objectives. You raise an eyebrow. Taeyun got to be very, very scary. What a Baron. Hell, they got 2. Couldn't convert those into map state victories, though. And I think at this point, the series score is going to look pretty ungainly for WE. They pushed IG now. Gonna win off AL, BLG. Missing one here. Top Esports. Game wins, not series wins, but game wins. The improvement is coming on through. How far they'll improve to, what the ceiling is, I don't know. It's a lot higher than I thought it was. I'll give you that. There we go. Invictus Gaming with a 2-0. Disaster class from Karas at the end. It wasn't fantastic. He had some really good moments earlier on. Getting picked off in the way he was is going to be very frustrating. Hey folks, I'm Initialise. You may recognize me from things like the LEC, from Emir Masters, from NLC, maybe from some Supervive, if that's your jam. See where it all ends up going, of course. Drop that volume a touch. Thank you all for the support today. It does mean a lot. AKA the kid, saw that Prime sub in there. You may also, of course, realise you're on Nymaera's channel. That's on Twitch. It's on his YouTube. It's also on Anivia's YouTube. Live in 3 locations at once. Ain't that cool? Ain't that cool? If you can, consider dropping a like and comment. If you got the money, or a Prime, consider Prime subbing over on the Twitch as well. It makes a huge difference to our ability to keep doing this. There is no official broadcast of the LPL anymore. It is us. It is LPL English, Dominate, Cadral when they do it as well. But we're the only ones covering it. It means the community fractured, the storytelling's fractured. And so, really, it's down to the community to help keep this boat alive. And those subs help patch up a bit of a leaky ship. They are really, really appreciated. Grumpy, Ruby, thanks for the gift sub earlier. As I said, AKA, also appreciate that sub. I may have missed some earlier with Alex. Had some earlier on as well, which both make a huge difference. But to those who can do that, makes a huge difference. There are other ways to donate. If you can't do that, super fine. If there are cool clips, consider sharing them on Reddit. Consider sharing them on socials. It makes a huge difference to our ability to keep playing the game. Wanted to get back for game 3 and IG just won. Yeah, sorry FTW. It happens. Still figuring out which finger I want this ring on. It needs resizing. I think it fits better on this finger right now. However, so we only have the one ring right now. Better on the middle finger. Anyone with an opinion? But there we go. Thank you guys. Does mean a huge deal. Wait till the MVP is. I'm going to turn the camera up and set up my stream because I'm going to do a stream afterwards so you guys can come join me. Not sure what we're going to be playing. Maybe some League. We'll see. Maybe some Marvel Rivals. We need to do that too. That's true. Maybe we'll play some Rivals. See where we can get the stream running on that front. Who do I main in Rivals? I main Invisible Woman. Also, Psylocke is my duelist off choice, and I'll do Strange Venom and Emma Frost if I need to tank. I am also a passable Lunar Snow, a passable Cloak and Dagger, and a mediocre Loki, but I'll do it if I have to. Can also Squirrel Girl. I can also Hela. So flex with strategist mate. What kind of ramen udon do I like? I'm a basic tonkotsu bitch with some additional onsen eggs, if I can. And maybe oh bloody hell! What's the spicy ground pork? Is it tantam man? It's always really nice in there. Those are my options. Sesame is not optional. IG Teamfight is crazy good, although Mako's been running a bit of that. Yeah. There you go. Ugh, right, I'll go set up my stream. Back in a minute too. Alrighty, folks. Gala was our MVP, huh? There we go. He was pretty consistent, wasn't he? We'll deal with that one. Alright then, folks. I'm going to say goodbye.